Hello. Welcome to another stream. Let me just check whether it's working. It seems to be working, at least on one place, so that's good. Today, we will be playing Burning Wheel, and I have the Coilbound edition and the character builder and a copy of Monster Burner somewhere. I think I left it in the other room, but we shouldn't be needing it. Burning Wheel is a simple system cloaked in a pile of special considerations and cases and rules for every possible situation. So it's kind of like Tristat in that way, in that it piles a whole bunch of stuff on top of it. I have zero confidence in my ability to run it, but we're going to try anyway and see how it turns out. So let's bring on the players. Our players will be playing a gang of squires undergoing a sort of trial to attain their knighthood. Because regardless of what the setting is supposed to be, I was getting a very kind of Pendragon-y feel from it while I was reading it. Yeah. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe, because the streaming channel is a separate channel, and I need subs in order to monetize it, and so on, to make this even more worthwhile. Say hi, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone.
Predictable.
Nothing if not.
Yeah. Okay. Do you want to? I mean, you don't know your characters that well, but you want to introduce your characters as best you feel able. Let's start with Alfred.
His Grace Alfred Byblow Alvin Squire of the Lion's Court. He was born into a noble family on the White Isle, but as a bastard, served as a scout among the personal levy for time before being accepted as a squire. And let's see, do you have the life paths on here?
That's what the past experience thing is. What you just kind of read off.
Okay.
Okay, so Fish, do you want to give us a brief rundown of your character-ish? Lee?
Oh, sorry. I heard, wonder who's in here. It's called Fish. Sorry. So, Fish. Eric Hoghearth. Oh, dyslexia and weird names is going to be fun.
Hogarth.
Hogarth, thank you very much. Sorry. A squire, born to a seagoing trader type family. They learned many strange things, which I'm definitely going to use before they became a squire. They're 29. And yeah, I imagine a bit lazy. Just a little bit lazy anyway.
Little bit. Fletch.
I'm Piper Fairclough, otherwise known as Fletch. I'm the oldest of all the squires here, and also I'm the one who thinks I should be in charge, and that knights are crap, because anybody with a good crossbow or any regular bow is worth any 3 knights in battle, which is why I carry a big-ass heavy crossbow.
And Laurie.
I'm Larry Booker Averill. I'm a city boy or girl. It's not clear from the character sheet. Born in Winchester, studied at Oxford, and then became a squire. I am the best. I am as good as or better than any man.
So you're definitely a woman then.
Definitely a woman.
It's hard to tell in the armor.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
So we're not going for that aesthetic.
Be any man and still be a man? I don't know.
That's true.
Men
who are we to judge?
only after one thing is on there as well, so...
Well, you might be disapproving of other men. You might be extremely chaste.
Yes.
We could do it that way if you prefer.
Well, my voice doesn't really suit a woman unless I'm a very masculine woman.
Yeah, but you can take it the other way if you like. That's fine. All good? Okay, let's do a brief rundown of the rules as I understand them, which isn't a great deal. So when you're going to do something, say what you intend to do and how you intend to do it. Like, I want to kill him by staving his head in with my axe, or I want to convince the barmaid to go to bed with me by showing her my favorite dinosaur. Things like that. I tell you what will happen if you fail. You kind of determine what will happen if you succeed, but you can't be stupid. You form a dice pool, which is a statistic or skill. They don't combine. And you probably get bonuses, and you roll that many d6s. Keeping things simple, 4, 5, 6 is a success. 1, 2, 3 is a failure. I don't think anyone's got any exceptional abilities which change that. You count these successes against the obstacle or difficulty, which ranges from 1 to 10. Some rolls are open-ended, which means that 6s explode. So you get to roll another dice and keep rolling as long as you keep getting 6s, and it all counts for successes. Certain rolls are always open-ended. Group efforts, when you do things together, when people join in, if they fail, it can make things more difficult. If they succeed, it can make the roll for the next person easier, which is a slightly odd way of doing group tests, but it works. Any advantage you can claim gives you an extra dice. Any disadvantages that are laid against you increase the obstacle number. And you can have multiple advantages and disadvantages. So I think a great chunk of the game is probably trying to wheedle advantages, either mechanically or by persuading the games master. So that seems to be the heart of the system.
You also use beliefs in Artha, a lot like Fate, to get beliefs and instincts to get Artha, which you use as a narrative mechanic to say, I want things to happen.
Yeah, Artha's a little bit complicated compared to other Fate and intervention systems. But yeah, you get Fate points for acting on your beliefs, instincts, or traits when they come up or when they get in your way. You earn persona points for good role-playing, and you earn deeds points for accomplishing big goals, such as quests and so on. You can spend fate points to make rolls open-ended, or re-roll a dice if it's already an open-ended roll. This is a lot to take in, I know, but there is a cheat sheet at the top of the characters.
Thank
which
you
you've
for
all
that,
got.
by the way.
Yeah. You can also spend fate points to shrug off a small amount of wound penalties. So it's a way of removing the smaller wounds that might otherwise slow you down. Persona points, you can spend those to get extra dice on your roll to remove even more severe wound penalties. That should be on the next line. To focus, so if you're doing something carefully, you can ignore a failure and roll again without a penalty. And also you can spend persona points to survive being struck with a mortal wound, which would normally pretty much immediately kill you. Deeds points are where the big cash money is. Basically, you can spend that to get divine inspiration, so it doubles the number of dice you roll for a test. A bit like spending a force point in D6 Star Wars, right? But it only doubles the base points. It doesn't double all the bonuses and extra dice you might otherwise get. And you can also spend those for Saving Grace, which lets you re-roll all the dice that fail to come up as successes again. So judging what you want to spend and when you want to spend it seems to be a big thing. I doubt it'll come up, but you can enter a special state called Aristia, I think, by spending 5 fate, 3 persona, and 2 deed points. And this basically turns you into an action hero for a brief period of time, making you super competent or ignoring all wound penalties. Other stuff, when it comes up, it comes up. Combat is a bit of an odd duck. There are 3 phases in every turn. You get a number of actions equal to your reflex statistic, and So you have to put one in each if you can, and then any extra ones start in the middle and then add points to the outside. And it's complicated. And you write out what you do beforehand, and then we all reveal our actions simultaneously. And then I get a migraine as I try to work out what the hell happens. And it's really complicated if you have multiple people. So we'll see how that goes. But it's all about seeing how the system works. Combat is also insanely detailed in a number of other ways, but I'm sure we'll deal with that when it comes to
And
it.
combat can be extremely deadly.
Yeah. So
The example they
compensates
use is
somewhat.
that scene from Game of Thrones where somebody gets knifed in the femoral artery in the leg and drops dead. That can happen in this system.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll worry about armor and wounds and things when it gets to it, but you basically have wound thresholds, and you're not especially likely to get killed outright by any attack, but it can happen. We'll deal with that if it comes to it. Let's see. Right. Any questions about characters before we start?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Let me give you some idea of what your competency level is like. So if you've got a skill or stat at 1, you're basically crippled or utterly incompetent. If you've got skill or stat at 2, you're untrained, raw, weak, or unpracticed. So that's below average. Level 3 is pretty much average, nominally trained, practiced. You're average worker, someone who's not hugely competent but can do it. Level 4 is pretty competent, so maybe veteran. 5 is expert. No one should have started with anything above 6, but 6 is like near mastery in a skill, and it goes up to 10 or further. So like I say, it's mostly about wrangling advantage dice out of me. You can also get advantage dice if you have skills related to the skill that you're doing. And there doesn't seem to be any limit on how many of those you can add. Formally, it's called forks in the system. I forget what that stands for, but it's
Field of
field of related knowledge. That's right. So yeah, if you have a skill like mounted combat and you also have riding could give you a bonus to mounted combat or vice versa, I think. But yeah, we're going to play it reasonably fast and loose because ain't nobody got time for that. All right. So you have been squires in King Leofric's kingdom for a few years now, and it's almost time for you to graduate to become knights. It's a weird mix of training. A lot of the time you're in competition with each other and other squires. And then a lot of the time you're also required to work together. Leofric works very hard to try and instill the ideals of chivalry, but there are also a lot of squires and knights who make it through because they're too skilled to leave aside. So while he aspires to chivalry, there are squires and knights who are less devoted to the absolute, flower of knighthood that everyone aspires to. Where you fall on that scale is largely up to you, whether you want to be noble and pure of heart or rely on your competencies and be a little bit more cynical. Every year, at the beginning of autumn, King Leofric calls the squires who are deemed to be worthy and ready forth into the court to set them out on their trials to become full-fledged knights. You're being called tonight. It's the morning, so you've got some time until then. And you didn't sleep too well. You're very antsy. Your stomachs are upset. This is a big deal. This is when you take your first steps to become a full and proper knight. So it's early. The cock has crowed. You're awake. You'll be leaving tonight. So what do you want to do? How are you going to pass the time and distract yourselves?
We should drink.
I mean, I'm going to go pray. I don't know about the rest of you.
I'm going to sleep.
Okay, you try to calm your mind and get back to sleep. Let's see. Let's make our first roll of the game to see. I think you'd have to will yourself to sleep, or possibly steal, because it's courage to relax enough to be able to sleep. Roll your steal.
Steal. B4. So that would be
4 dice. 46 needing. Yeah. 4 dice needing 4 to 6. Yeah.
Oh no, the paw went away. Something fell off my desk because I was moving the keyboard. All right. 3, 3, 2, and a 5. So I think 3 failures, 1 success.
1 success. Well, one is enough. That overcomes the obstacle. I think it's reasonably easy to overcome because you've been anticipating and expecting this day for such a long time. So you wake up hearing the cockerel crowing and then just go, you know what? No, I need to be rested for my trials. And you roll over, pull the blanket over your head, and go back to sleep.
Yeah. I think a little bit of it is too. He's just like, oh, yeah, no, I need to be rested. Also, I really don't want to do this.
What about the rest of you?
I'm praying in a church.
Yep. Okay. There is a chapel within the castle grounds, or there's a church out in the surrounding town. Do you have a preference?
The church and the chapel grounds, because that'll give me time to, after I pray, to make sure I'm ready and there early.
Okay, you make your way to the chapel. There's a couple of courtiers in here, bent praying, but as you come past them to take your place to pray, you can hear that they're not praying, they're gossiping very, very quietly with each other under their breath. Big stained glass windows in front of you, one representing King Leofric in victory, and the others representing the light of the gods. There are rows and rows of candles, most of which have burnt down to stubs or have gone out by now. They haven't been replenished yet this morning. Are you praying for anything in particular?
I'm praying to be ready.
Okay. So, appropriate thing to do, have a persona die, I think, if I'm remembering them right.
Yeah. Persona die fits for this.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Please be patient with rules referencing and things. Everyone. Okay. So that leaves Laurie and Fletch. What do you two want to do?
All right. Well, since the crossbow is kind of my big thing, we'll break everything down, clean it really carefully, make sure it's all in good operating condition, make sure I've got bolts that look pretty straight and true, sharpen the tips, making sure that this one vital piece of equipment is tip-top shape, because my whole life rests on this thing working properly.
And it is kind of a big deal for everyone that you'll be directly having an audience with the king rather than just being in his presence, which has happened to you quite a bit. But you can have a persona die as well for... Yeah, the crossbow is your utter fixation. So that makes sense. And Laurie?
Well, they're all doing sensible stuff. I'm going to go to the tavern and calm my nerves with beer.
Does that fit Laurie's character?
It doesn't really say. I mean, her character is basically men are rubbish.
Yeah. But you're
So-
playing it as an arrogant dude rather than a woman, right?
An arrogant says they're a dude.
Okay. Bob.
Is probably a
Okay.
woman.
Okay. But yeah, a very masculine woman. A Gwendolyn Christie alike.
As long as it's not a Rey Skywalker.
3 and a par.
Yeah. So for you, going to the inn and drinking, that's a stereotypically masculine thing to do. Just going to see the king. Who cares? So you can have a persona die as well.
Pick up some women while I'm there.
Oh dear.
Well, okay, let's start with a will roll to keep your drinking under control.
3 successes.
Okay, yeah, you managed to drink enough to get a buzz and to soothe your worries, but not too much. Now, you're trying to woo some of the ladies. Yeah, a squire from the castle definitely can turn someone's eye a bit. But what role is going to be suited? Do we have a
Don't know
list
if
of
the ladies
skills?
know I'm a woman. They'll find out.
Now, there is a seduction skill, which I don't think you have, which is based on will, and because you don't have it.
But the only way for you to get the skill that you don't have is to roll on it when you don't have it.
Yeah. So base is half will, and because you don't have the skill, obstacle goes up by 1. So you have 2 dice, and you need to succeed on both.
It's a Brienne of Tarth character. If you haven't seen her in the books, she's pretty ugly, actually. It's not Brienne of Tarth trying to seduce other women. It's like, yikes.
Well, I'm wearing my helmet, so
So they see their reflection. What did you get?
I got 1 success.
Okay.
She takes the helmet off and they say, put it back on, please.
Yeah. You managed to catch the eye of one of the bustier serving wenches at the tavern, Agatha. But she knows that it's the trials tonight. So while you catch her eye, and she seems flirtatious and attracted, at least enough to get a few pennies of tip out of you, she warns you off any further activities. No, you can't. You've got the trials tonight. You'll be going up before the king. You can't go before the king smelling like, well, you know.
Oh, I suppose she has a point.
Yeah. When you're a knight, come back.
So a few pennies of tip is all she'll be getting.
Right. Well, it's most of the day. It's when the sun begins to visibly set that you're supposed to go before the king. So you've got time to do something else if you want.
Oh. All right. Now that Fish has slept sufficiently, as is his almost an instinct, you could call it, he gets up and he
True,
starts.
it is an instinct. So I should have given you a point. I
think it's fate for following an instinct.
It's fate. Yeah, it's fate.
Yeah, I do remember this game from years ago. He gets up, and I think what he goes to do now that he's sufficiently rested is he goes to practice with his sword and shield in the training grounds, just a little bit, just enough to relax his muscles, tune his mind.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you go to the battlegrounds and practice. There aren't many others here at the moment, with it being the night that you get called up. Those who haven't been chosen are probably off nursing their egos somewhere.
He's got a bit of a saunter as he goes there. He's maybe rubbing it in the faces of those who are there.
So while you're practicing, you're practicing your swings against a wooden dummy, and someone calls out and puts you off your stroke a bit. You wield that like a peasant wields a hay fork.
Fish, at first, maybe bristles a bit, and then just calmly turns around and goes, well, if I do handle it like a peasant wields a pitchfork, then you handle yours like a shit flinger handles a shit shovel, and not very well at that.
It's Squire Valmont, one of your rivals from amongst the other squires. He hasn't been called up yet. He's arrogant, lazy, he's well trained, which is kind of annoying because you want someone that arrogant and lazy who was born into nobility to be bad, but he isn't, unfortunately. He has one of those sort of medieval monk-style bowl cuts, only without the tonsure on top. Dresses in rich, dark fabrics. But he looks at you with disdain. We're both knights. You should be able to be polite.
I am going to be a knight. You are a squire.
It's a travesty. You only started training a couple of days before me, and my technique is clearly superior.
Good for you. Who's going before the king?
I'll leave you to your hay flinging.
I'll leave you to your shit flinging.
He twitches slightly at your insults and struts off.
Fish just kind of
Okay.
goes tougher skin than he can pierce.
Alfred, you've done your prayers. You're feeling sort of sanctified and at peace. How else do you want to spend your time? Larry.
After being deeply focused in prayer, I'll also go to the training grounds to put in a little work before it's time to go before the king.
Do you two want to spar?
Fish sees you come in and would happily, offer, and quite friendly actually with Sir Alfred.
Absolutely. Sparring seems good.
Okay, we'll just do this as a straight roll to see who gets the advantage, basically. So you do a few rounds with each other. Let's make it a sword roll, please.
Could I?
The number
Four.
next to the color is the total number of dice, right?
Yeah.
Could I perhaps fork in strategy with this?
Yeah, you can have a bonus dice if you want to try and think strategically.
So I'm just trying to see if there's anything else I can get in. Sorry, I want to win.
No, that is fine.
That's how the game
And
is
since
played.
we're sparring, I can bring in the dice for shield, I'm assuming.
Yes,
Yeah. Well, I would. Can you have more than one fork die?
you can have more than
You
one.
can't.
You can't.
Oh, you can't? All right.
Yeah, I thought you
Been
can.
good for me, too.
Let me look it up.
Yeah.
Since we're trying to do this properly. No, that's the wrong book.
That is one thing.
So
I don't.
you know you can
always
have
avoid.
multiple advantages, but can you have multiple forks?
Yeah.
Does the book have a good index? Let's find out. Forks, page 85. Do. Okay, that is not useful. That's forks in relation to resources. Forks and advancement. Did I put it on the cheat sheet? All right, let's ask the internet. The book's not being helpful. Burning wheel.
Burning wheel, everybody.
Oh.
Burning wheel. Forks. Can you apply multiple forks and play?
I promise not to ask too many questions that end up like this.
It's fine. This is what this show's about, really. It's the learning the system and seeing how it works. Okay, seems like most people agree you can apply multiple forks, but it can get silly. So it's up to me to say when it's got silly. So there's no particular hard and fast rule, but you can hypothetically add anything that makes sense. In sparring, strategy makes sense. Both of you can add a die for shield as the secondary.
Yeah.
So,
And 6s explode on this roll.
since this is just a sparring, we'll say yes.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
2 extra, so that should be strategy, shield, 3. Yeah, 5. That's math. All right. 6s explode. Okay, so that's. Oh, I got 1 6, 2 5s, 3 fails, so I'll reroll one of them just to.
Yeah.
And I got actually. By the way, do you want me just to say how many successes, or do you want me to
Just say how many successes you got.
Okay, excellent. 3 successes.
You only have 3 successes?
Yeah. 5 dice, 2 succeeded first time, got 1 6.
Oh, you don't roll the dice from your stat and skill?
No.
Okay. Then I goofed, so that's fine. Let me re-roll then.
Okay.
Again, it's been a hot minute since I've played this.
Yeah.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. Also, 1's a 6.
Okay. So that's 3. So do you re-roll the 6?
Yeah, I
So,
re-rolled the
yeah,
6, and
yeah.
that's 5 with that.
Okay. So that's 5 versus 3. So possibly Fish was overthinking it a bit, making him a bit slow to actually use the blade, while Alfred came in pretty hot and fast, using the shield to control the space, managed to beat you back. But there's not a huge amount between the two
No.
of you.
Absolutely
Yeah.
not. It's an appropriate amount for us both at our levels of skill.
Yeah, I think Fish just kind of like puts his hand out to like shake it like rightfully and goes, skillful as ever, skillful as ever.
You can't help but feel, however, the sting of Valmont's insults now that you've lost the sparring match.
Oh yeah, no, he's got Fish has his sword gripped a bit tighter than usual, and if you take the handshake, like it's aggressively friendly.
Of course.
Very firm.
However,
handshake.
I would like to make a family wisdom roll to pass on to him some knowledge to improve my friend's technique. And I got
Yeah.
2 successes on that.
Yep. You can both get a persona point from that.
Cool. I should mark these down.
So yeah, Alfred offers you a few pointers. It's like something like maybe, sure, make a plan, but you know, things change quickly. Be ready to adapt. Something like that. Some useful bit of
And
wisdom.
after all, no plan, no battle plan survives the first contact with the enemy and all that.
Yeah.
Fish just kind of goes, I know. Sorry, more my own accent came out a little bit there. Yeah, I know. Just, sorry. Insults from earlier are getting to me after a little bit of a loss and hard to take it in. I'll think about it when I'm not fuming at a pompous, arrogant prick.
Okay. So what about Fletch and Laurie? Doing anything else, or just drinking more,
I'm going to
or
be the
practicing
first
more?
person to show up at the castle because I am
Okay.
the best and I have to be there hours early.
Do you have any nicer clothes as part of your equipment?
Why would I need nicer clothes?
Good point.
I'm
Just turn up in your
dressed
armor.
Going out and doing my trials in my helmet, which never comes off.
All right, Judge Dredd, steady on.
So I give you a
Okay,
plus
so
2 to your weapon skill.
So you march on up outside the castle and take station long before anyone is ready. What about Fletch?
Let's see. Well, I don't imagine everybody's got their stuff packed yet, do they?
No.
Okay. Fletch believing that he's the one who should be in charge. I'm going to make sure that not only am I carrying enough gear for myself, but also a little bit of extra because undoubtedly one of these idiots is not going to end up getting out onto the field and not having what they need. So if there's a way to double down on any particular pieces of equipment that we're going to need, like extra torches or lamps, oil, food, whatever else, I'll add a little bit of extra to my stuff.
Okay, cool. You can basically say, "Ooh, I did the extra prep." If anything like that comes up, okay.
Okay.
So are you fetching extra stuff for everyone or just for yourself?
Well, I am my own first priority, but afterward, if there's room left over for everybody else, I'll get what I can.
Okay. All right. It's almost time. So you gather your things, not the things you'll be traveling with, obviously, but your things to go before the king. Any last minute prep, anything you want to alert me for before you see the king?
I think Fish probably makes sure he looks very, very good for the king. Very dolled up, very, very handsome looking. Very seductive, one could say.
And all my gear is well polished, shined up, and everything as per normal for me.
And Fletch?
Fletch probably doesn't actually look very polished or anything else. He's got more of a working man's gear for everything. So it's like, if he has a cup or something like that, it's probably dented or chipped. And
yeah, why would I throw it away? It still holds.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, if he looks like a little bit rougher than everybody else, it's because he's less interested in appearances and more interested in getting by on merits.
He's just a poor knight.
Yes. I wear rusty armor, but it serves me well.
So the rest of you rock up outside the castle keep and the great hall. The courtiers and so on are already passing in, going past you, lifting their skirts and pantaloons above the mud. You'll be called in when it's time, but you can nod to each other and have a little conversation if you want, or you can just wait.
Yeah, I think Fish probably heads up towards Fletch and Alfred. Just just kind of wanders up and just goes like, "So we're meeting the king today. I've always been a fan of His Majesty, and I'm rather looking forward to the event. What about you two? Nervous, butterflies in the stomach, that sort of thing?"
I packed you an extra handkerchief so you can wipe your nose after you get your nose out of his arse.
It's not my nose that I want there.
Huh.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Someone die.
Someone's connection is occasionally a little flaky. I'm sure I'll be back soon.
Fair enough.
Oh, he lost audio, so probably restarting.
Okay. Well, we shall press on regardless.
Fair enough.
Because that is what good knights do.
Good
Yes.
night to press on, yes. Never leave a man behind.
I'm
but-
done for. Leave me behind.
Yeah.
Oh, if you insist.
Okay, bye-bye. But yeah, Fish just kind of like smiles and smirks at you two, just like a little grin on his face.
Can you hear us?
I can. Not
Oh,
sure.
good.
Bizarre.
Seemed to be the studio thing, though, because that's all they closed and reopened.
Oh, well. Okay. What's the word for it? Seneschal, I suppose. The second in command of the castle. Person who runs the day-to-day stuff comes out, lifting the hem of their robe out of the mud again. The king will receive you now, as will the court. Follow me, please. Chamberlain, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah. Fish follows forward eagerly and happily.
I'm gonna follow.
Yeah, you've been standing there sometimes. You have to like pull your boots out of the mud where you've kind of sunk into it a bit.
I've been making sure that everyone has seen that I am there.
Are you gonna argue or bicker over who's first in line, or are you just gonna?
Oh, Fish is physically pushing his way to be first in that line. You will have to fight him.
Fletch
I
is,
look over at Fletch and shake my head.
yeah, you can literally hear Fletch's eyes roll.
Does Larry want to contest first place in the line?
I'm going to shove back.
Okay. Can both of you make power rolls?
Power roll.
Open-ended.
Yeah.
So 6 is reroll.
I don't believe you can fork stats in this game. I don't think that's a thing.
I don't think so.
No, doesn't make sense to me because it kind of applies more to skills anyway. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, nice. 3 successes.
I got 1 success.
Okay. Yeah, that kind of knocks you off, being shoved ahead of. But it's
I
going
shake
good.
my head again.
He's too strong, too forceful. You can both have a persona point for that, though.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And once you're into the hall, of course, you can't really jockey for position anymore. That would be too unseemly. So Laurie just has to sort of quietly seethe, unfortunately.
I will actually let Laurie get ahead of me in line.
Very diplomatic. There are feasting tables down either side. There are minstrels playing, toot 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 toot, la di da di da. The courtiers are everywhere. The other squires are on one of the lower tables, so watching you with a mixture of envy and hatred and relief it's not them having to do it. At the high table, the knights are seated, and then the king and his much younger queen are on the thrones at the far end.
Fletch will mutter something just loudly enough that the other knights can hear it. Look at all the taxes being wasted on this crap. I think these guys would actually go out and earn a living.
Some of the castle staff smirk slightly hearing those words. Some of the nobles take a case of the vapors hearing such bold words. But it's your day, so they're not going to cause too much of a fuss. The king was once a man of mighty stature, a great warrior in battle. He's starting to look a little bit older and frailer, but his eyes still burn with passion and intelligence, and he stands as you approach the dais. Ah, my newest knights to be.
I bow.
Fish bows and takes a knee, a knightly knee.
A knightly knee.
A knightly knee.
The rest of you?
Whose knee? Someone else's?
Yours, if you're not careful.
Took a knee.
Knee.
I'm as good as any man, including the king. So I'm just going to respond with Your Highness.
Fletch will bow, but try not to make a big show of it.
Yeah, there's a small rumbling of discontent about Laurie not bowing or kneeling. But the king steps down onto the same sort of level as the rest of you and pats Laurie on the shoulder. Good. You all ready then for your trials?
I nod.
I'm always ready.
You might think you're ready, but these trials often challenge us in ways we do not expect and change us in even stranger ways, as any of the knights can tell you, as I myself can tell you. But we need strong knights in the years to come. Of that, I'm certain. Of that, the court wizard assures me, and the signs and portents seem to say the same. So I wish you the best of all possible luck as you set forth. He snaps his fingers, and the chamberlain comes forward with little round scrolls sealed with wax for each of you and doles them out.
Yeah, Fish rises, thanks the king for the words, and takes one.
Well, Your quest awaits you. Your mounts, should you have them, are waiting for you at the gate. You are to leave immediately, and we will feast and revel in your honor, and then retire to pray for your safe return. And then he raises his arms and his voice and says, "Go forth, young squires, with my blessing."
Fish says, "Thank you, sir. Me and my mighty steed, Sir Santatil, will take great honor and great pride in doing your work and becoming a knight for you."
He eases back into his throne. Right. Farewell.
Farewell, my king. As Fish immediately starts departing for his horse.
If you've seen Jabberwocky, I was thinking of Passeldue as the Chamberlain. So it's a very good, very underrated film. That more.
I have it somewhere here.
That's so good.
Yeah. And actually not a Monty Python film. But
No.
it is a Monty Python film.
Yeah. In all but name.
Yes.
I'm thinking I should add a Jabberwock to the encounters now.
Oh boy.
We'll need a Vorpal sword if you do that.
Yeah. If we got a Vorpal sword, it's not a problem.
The shortage of tum-tum trees in these parts as well. Okay, so you leave. Other than a few guards outside, everyone is either reveling or otherwise occupied. The sun is about half set. The sky is a brilliant red in that direction. You have your little scrolls and you have your duty.
Were we told whether or not we can't open these or not?
You haven't been told, but presumably you're supposed to open them.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense to not open them.
Well, yeah, once he's outside, he opens his.
Okay, you crack the wax. They're all copies of each other, but they're finely calligraphied, probably by the monks from the local abbey. Each one just basically contains your instructions. Go to the Forest Perilous and return each with a cup of your choosing. And thou shalt be dubbed a knight.
Fish looks at his fellow knights and goes,
A cup.
"Who names these places?"
Well, the
Cup
wizard
of your
was
choosing.
involved, so it's more than a cup.
Oh, he's a bloody wizard. Well, sounds easy at least, right? What could possibly go wrong?
I should have been a wizard. It's probably a much better grift.
Definitely pays better.
So all we
Wizards
have
don't
to
have to
do,
pay for arrows.
all we have to do is pick up a cup from the woods.
Well, I load up my gear, get it on my horse, and get ready to ride once
Same.
everybody else is ready.
I don't think everyone has a horse, so who doesn't have horses?
I don't know if I do. I should. I'm a horse groom.
It doesn't mean you get a horse. That's like
I-
saying
And
you
you
should have a
should you have
Ferrari
a horse?
because you park cars.
Yeah, I apparently I'm riding bitch with somebody, so because
I
I don't have a horse.
I don't have a horse either, which I love the fact that's just made Fish a liar to the king to make himself look good. I love that.
Do you have a pair of coconut halves?
So,
Could I make a resources check to get those?
does Laurie have a horse?
I do not have a horse.
So I would like to make a circles check to see if I can requisition horses for my three friends.
Okay. Yeah, because your actual proper nobility, albeit a bastard, aren't you? So you should be able to pull rank to some degree, I'm sure. Yeah, you can make a circles roll.
Three
So I'm gonna
horses
take-
for the
I'm going to take
bastard.
the 1D from my mark of privilege. I'm going
Yep.
to take the circle for nobility and the circle for military, so there'll be a total of 3 dice.
Yep. And we'll make it open-ended as well. People are in generous
Alright.
mood.
So I got 3 successes.
Nice. Okay.
Which would be enough
Yeah,
for me to get
that's-
3 horses.
Yeah. 3 ponies.
Yeah, if you
Here you
let
are,
me,
lad.
If you'll let me check them out first.
Absolutely.
Oh, the horses here at the castle are all kept in good order, and the ponies as well, because you don't want one of the ponies throwing one of the ladies of the court. That would just be terrible.
Yeah, but this is Fletch, and he's a horse groom, and he thinks he should be in charge. So yeah, he's going to check over all the horses
Okay.
and the tack and everything first, and make sure everybody is properly seated and saddled before he gets on his.
Okay, so
Kind of
Alfred
mother
and Fletch can both have a persona die each then.
Yay!
And whatever the horsey type, there's too many skills for me to keep track of. So if you've got an appropriate horsey skill, roll it.
Appropriate horses. Mounted combat. That's appropriately horsey.
No, just Fletch to check over the horses.
Oh, sorry.
Animal husbandry and riding.
Yes,
Okay. Which
animal
one?
husbandry.
Okay, so I have B2, so it's 2 dice.
Yeah, but you can add one for the riding, and because your background in being a horse groom.
Okie dokie. Let's see. It's 5s and 6s or successes, right? But 3s aren't.
4, 5s, and 6s.
4 5s and 6s. Okay, so I got 2 successes on 3 dice.
Okay. The ponies all seem fine, though it's a slight blow to your ego to have to ride a pony instead of a proper horse. But, it carries stuff. And you've been around horses all your life. You'd rather have a horse than not. But
I think it's quite all right. We're not full knights yet, so it's likely why we're only able to get ponies. Once we're knights, I'm sure we'll have ponies or horses proper.
yeah,
I would hope
ponies.
so.
And can I make an orienteering roll to try to figure out the best path forward?
You can. Do you have any forks that are appropriate?
Would family secret be appropriate?
No, that's probably more to do with the fact that you're a bastard and who you're a bastard of, probably.
Yeah. How about foraging? Because I would know about sorts of things that are around these woods.
Yeah, and you can have an extra dice on top because you've all been living in this area and traveling in this area for such a long time. But the obstacle will be 2 because it'll be nighttime before you've traveled too far.
Well, I got 2.
Okay. Bit of a roundabout route, but Alfred leads the way on his proper horse while you follow on behind on your ponies.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Am I actually big enough to ride a pony that's not like a Shetland?
Yes, you are big enough. You can ride proper horses.
Okay, I'm just
Mongols.
imagining a Shetland behind everyone else.
Yeah.
Mongols rode ponies too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, you can ride horses. You just have to have training dogs on either side. Okay, so you travel off into the evening, following the road at first, and then finding eventually the right turn off. Gradually, the road turns into a path, and the path turns into a slightly beaten trail through meadowland and odd copses of trees. It's now proper dark, and the moon comes out and lights your way. It's almost a full moon, but not quite. So there's plenty of light, but it makes the shadows seem long and makes the countryside seem unfamiliar. But you're still fairly sure, Alfred, that you're heading the right way.
Very good.
Eventually, you come to the banks of a wide but somewhat shallow river. There's a little pier with a flat-bottomed boat tied up to it, and across the water, the forest begins. It runs almost right up to the shore on the other side, which is thick with rushes.
So I think we should camp out here while we have proper light to set up a camp and set up rotation for making sure that we have proper watch. And then we ride across the river in the morning.
Sensible.
Yep, I agree.
I'd agree, yes. Sounds rather good.
Okay. You've got rations and things brought with you. Presumably, you all know how to start a fire. There'll be plenty of driftwood on the banks of the river or fallen from the copses of trees. So it's not going to be too difficult to find enough things to make a fire. 1 second. Are you organizing watches or anything?
Yes.
Yeah. Fish would offer to take the last watch of the night.
Okay.
I'll take the one before Fish.
All
Fish,
right.
how good are you at cooking?
If it's fish, I'm rather good at cooking.
Did you
I
pack
got this
fish?
nickname. No, but there's a river right there.
So you're gonna go fishing in the morning and cook supper or cook breakfast, because that's what Last Watch does.
Yes, that would be the plan.
All right,
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, who is taking first watch?
I'll take first.
Okay. Right. So the rest of you curl up in your blankets around the fire and go to sleep. Right.
I'd like to quickly scout around the local area first so that I can take a piss without them realizing that I'm a woman.
Okay. Sounds good. If it comes up, you can have a bonus dice for having scouted out the immediate area this side of the river.
Something else also happens on the final watch. I don't do the
Well-
final watch. I just go to sleep.
Okay.
Just to let you
have
know.
have a persona point when that comes up. So not yet, but when it comes up. So who was taking first watch?
That would be me.
It was you. Okay. Let's see. What is the perception skill?
I've got.
Observation.
I think
Oh, there's perception and
it's a stat, isn't it? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Make a perception roll, which is open ended.
all right. I don't get to add border or roadwise, do I?
No.
Okay. Okay. Somehow, Fletch got really, really distracted, incapacitated, or otherwise, blew his watch completely. Because I did not get a single success on 4 dice.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah.
Now you do have Persona.
Yeah.
Um,
Use Persona.
But once you use them, they're gone, right?
Yeah. But then you can earn more. I've been handing them out perhaps a little bit more generously than I should, but
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've got a couple, and Fletch is kind of a worry wart, so I'll go ahead and throw the other 2 Persona dice I've got. And wow, ended up with 1 success on 6 dice. Man, that's bad.
okay, that's still a failure. Have you got anything else you can do?
What do we have?
Fate, persona, or deeds? You haven't got any deeds yet. I don't think any of your fate stuff has come up.
Don't think
Okay.
So yeah, we're just boned. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
Would I be able to assist when I get back from scouting around?
No, because this is during his watch.
Mongo just pawn in
I-
Game of Life. Can't vouch for shitty dice rolls.
Surprise. Where's the surprise rules? Surprise and ambush 166.
Okay, so here's probably what happened.
Hold on.
All that
Hold on,
rich.
let's do this way. What you should have done is you should have spent your Persona for a reroll. It says focus, ignore failure on a working carefully roll, and roll again without penalty.
Live and learn.
Live and learn.
Right.
Or just
Um,
take die and learn.
In order to surprise another character, one must attack unexpectedly and suddenly. In general, this requires the ambusher and the target to make a versus test, which we did. If the ambusher wins the versus test, the victim must pass a steal test. Any hesitation is subtracted from actions at the head of this exchange. So, what is your steal?
Fortunately, my steel is like one of my biggest stats. So, 6.
Okay, so that means you normally have a hesitation of 4, I think. So you now need to roll your steal, and any successes you get reduce that hesitation, I think.
That sounds right.
I think that's right.
Jesus. Seriously, 3 1s?
Steal rolls are open-ended, so if you got a 6, you can re-roll and add on.
No, didn't get any
No?
6s. It's just I got 1 success out of everything.
Okay,
Wow.
so your hesitation is 3.
Am I
Which
allowed to
means
give? Am I allowed to give someone a persona point? Because I feel bad for T-shirt right now.
I'm sorry,
Well-
guys. It's just really bad rolls.
It's all about learning how the game works. So let's let things go for now, and then if it seems unfair or stupid, we can fix it after. But it's good to go with how it's supposed to be.
Failure is a
Right.
good teacher.
It is.
We all die before we even get to the woods.
I don't think it'll be that bad, but here's what I figure
what-
happened. This is what I'm going to say happened. Okay, so Fletch ate some of that rich ass court food, and now is suffering bowel troubles because of it. So he literally got caught with his pants down.
Okay. You can have a fate die for that.
Thank you.
Okay. So, what's your reflexes?
3. Not that fast.
3. Okay. So, you cannot act at all this turn. But after that, you can act. So, combat complicated. Bear with me. Okay. It has reflexes of 5.
It.
Yes. Right, and there's 3 phases. So it gets 1 in the first phase, 1 in the third phase, 1 in the second phase, and an additional 2, one of which has to be in the middle, and another one will be up front. So you are crouched at the edge of the river with your ass hanging over, squitting out the remnants of some kind of rich honey pudding you shouldn't have eaten because it's gone right through you. When seemingly out of nowhere, able to sneak up on you because of all the grunting and straining and the trickling of the river, a starving wolf appears out of the night and leaps for your throat.
Shit. Well,
That's what got you.
yeah, I was about to say, I think I evacuated whatever was left pretty quick there.
Yeah. Now let's see. Where's its attack skill? Okay. So you can't defend yourself. Right. It gets 3 successes on its first attack. You can choose where it hits you to start with. So presumably your chest, where your armor's the strongest.
Yes, because my ass at least is protected because I'm.
So 1 success to hit in the chest, another success to raise the damage to the middle rating, and another success to raise the damage to the upper rating. Okay. What is your armor on your chest?
Let's see. Leather armor, so it's B2 chest.
Okay, roll 2 dice and tell me how many successes you get. And if
Open-ended?
you roll a 1. If you roll a 1, it's important on this one. It's not open-ended.
No 1s, but no successes either. So my armor stopped
Okay.
nothing.
Your armor stopped nothing, but it also didn't break. So you take a level 9 wound to the throat.
Ow.
Sorry, to the chest. So bites your nipple off or something. So if you look at your character sheet, there are wound thresholds. Yeah, where under wounds, you've got superficial, light, midi, severe, traumatic, and mortal. Where does a 9 hit?
Severe.
Okay.
Minus
so
3
you take a
dice.
severe wound, and that's minus 3 dice to all actions. Do you have anything left you can spend, like a fate point for being caught with your ass hanging out?
Just a fate point. Oh, I do have stoic, so I can reduce hesitation by 1. Not
So
neat.
you can get 1 action at the end of this turn, which we should have declared first, but that's fine.
I didn't see it. I also have tough, so I can round up to determine mortal wound, but I'm not there yet.
That's already been done. So what's the fate point spend let you do? Fate. Make a roll open-ended, or if it already is, re-roll the dice. Or shrug it off, remove 1 obstacle of wound penalties. Where you haven't taken an obstacle of penalties, you've taken penalty dice. So
I can't reduce the severe wound to a midi wound?
no. So some wounds will increase the obstacle difficulty of things that you do. Others take away dice. This was one of the take away dice ones. So yeah, make a mark next to severe wound on your character sheet.
Okay.
The wolf continues to savage you. 2 successes. So hit. And increase the damage to the middle rating. Okay, roll your armor for your chest.
Again. It's so reliable so far.
And remember, 1s matter when you're rolling for armor.
Roll to 1.
Okay, your armor on your chest is reduced by 1. Did you get a success on the other die?
No. So
No?
now I'm down to 1 armor on the chest.
Okay, on the chest. And now you take a level 6 wound.
So
Which
that's
is?
it's between superficial and light.
So it's whichever one it's over.
So it's
So
superficial.
that'd be a superficial wound. So that's plus
Plus
1
1
obstacle
obstacle.
penalty.
Yeah.
Which you can get rid of, can't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can ignore that one.
Forgot how
So does this make enough noise that we can try to roll to wake up?
It will,
I-
but the
I'd
wolf
hope
still
so.
has another 3 attacks.
Shit.
1, 2 successes. So roll armor again.
My 1 dice.
Please gas
Uh,
success, man.
1. So there goes chest armor is totally gone now.
So your chest armor's completely torn off, and you take another level 6 wound.
It's another superficial. So now it's plus 1 obstacle.
Yep. Okay, and that was 3rd or 4th attack.
That was 3rd.
Okay, 4th. Another level 6 wound. You've got no armor left, so that's another superficial. So that's no extra effect, but it is a second superficial. If you get another superficial, it all upgrades to a light wound.
Okay.
Okay. And last attack. But you get a counter. 1 success. So you take a level 3 wound.
Which is not even superficial, so it's nothing.
Okay, so you can just shrug that off. And now you've got a counter attack. So what do? You've only got 1 action. It would take an action to draw your weapon.
Shit. Damn. I don't guess punching it's going to be all that useful.
Don't think I'd put unarmed on you,
Nope.
but I think its damage is equal to your power. We can figure it out. Do you want to punch it?
Yeah, I got to do something.
Do you have any brawling skill? Or
You know,
whatever it's called. in
Not
this.
one damn bit.
Good with a sword, though.
Not a thing. So I got to pull sword then. That's my whole action.
Okay, so yeah, you desperately scramble back away from the wolf and yank your sword out of your belt. Okay, so
I'm gonna
next
get
turn,
savaged
everyone.
again.
This is how complicated combat is. Right. So everyone, you can wake up, but you'll have hesitation. So your hesitation is 10 minus your steel. So what's Alfred's hesitation?
4.
What is Fish's hesitation?
6.
What is Lari's hesitation?
6.
Okay. And Fletch is no longer hesitating. And the wolf is never hesitating. Okay. Can those of you who are not already up and acting please make steel rolls to see how... Yeah, steel rolls to see how quickly you can react to what's going on.
Two successes for Fish.
Okay, so your hesitation drops to
successes.
4. 5 successes. You are not hesitating. And Larry,
I got 2 successes.
that was open-ended. So if anyone rolled 6s,
In which
Roll
case,
more
I got
dice.
3 successes.
okay.
I got 2 successes. Wait, is it 3, 4, 5?
4, 5, or 6 is a
4,
success.
5. Oh, sorry. I was like, for some reason, I forgot the D6s had a 6 in them for some reason. So I was like, oh, wait. No, that's not right. Yeah, no, still 2 for me.
Okay, and what's Alfred's reflexes?
Reflexes are 4.
And Fish's reflexes?
5.
And Larry's reflexes?
4.
And Fletcher's reflexes?
Oh. I think I said, what, 3? Yeah,
Was
3.
it 3?
Yeah,
Okay.
3.
Wolf has reflexes 5. Okay, so in Notepad or on a piece of scratch paper or something, right? There are 3 phases. Write down what actions you're taking on each phase. You have actions equal to your reflexes, and they must be spread as evenly as possible between the different phases.
I think mine are pretty well accounted for. It's going to be sword, sword, sword. Because this thing's about to tear my ass up.
Yeah.
You're close enough that I could hit it without actually getting up.
You know
Right,
what's funny
so-
about this is, I don't know, does everybody have crossbows?
No, I do. I'm the only one with a crossbow.
Sorry, just a question. So reflex is 5. My hesitation was 4. That means I get 1 action this
So
round?
you have to spend 4 actions on your hesitation, so you get 1
Okay.
action. Yeah,
So-
sorry.
No, that's no problem. I know exactly how I'm doing this then. Then
Yeah, so Fish has 1 action after the hesitation's gone. Larry has 1 action after the hesitation's gone. Fletch gets 3 actions. And Alfred gets 4 actions.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
This is probably the thing that slows down this game the most. I've got Mouse Guard as well. It's a slightly easier to read version of the same system, and they have cards you put out for your moves. Makes it a little bit easier.
When I ran this, that's what I did. I made a bunch of JPEGs of the cards and just just had them for players to put out because it was like, oh my god, writing all this down was a nightmare.
Okay, so Alfred, what are your actions on which phases?
My actions are get armor on, advance,
Okay.
attack with a sword.
I don't
One
think you're
armor.
going to have time.
You can grab something, like the helmet or something. And attack. Okay, Fish, what are your actions?
Hesitate in phase 3, and then draw sword at the end.
Okay.
That's
Larry?
Got hesitation and then grab my sword.
And Fletch?
Sword, 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 sword. Keep going sword. Oh my god, we're doing sword.
Sword. So on all 3 actions.
There's different types of attack you can do.
Yeah, but let's not complicate things too much right now. But there is a list of different things you can do at the top. But I'm happy to just interpret what you want to say that you do. Okay, the wolf has had free reign to bite you constantly, but you go for it with your sword as it tries to bite you again. Make your sword attack roll.
Okay.
It fails to land a blow.
So I only
Remember,
get my
you're-
sword skill?
Only your sword skill and minus your wound penalties.
Wow. So pretty much I don't get to attack at all.
If it reduces it to 0, yeah. But is there anything you've got that you can add in to give yourself advantages and thereby have some dice?
Nothing I can see.
You're on watch. You've got your shield with you.
If I had one,
You're a crossbow user, aren't you?
I do have a heater.
Okay.
That's what, +4 dice?
It's +4 dice to defense. So what you can do then is you can split whatever attack dice you have between attack and defense. So what you could do, but the shield dice can only go on defense. But what you could do then is say, okay, you've got the shield dice for defense, and the fact that you're fighting with sword and shield against a wolf, which has bad reach and so on, that could give you a bonus dice. You could have 1 die for attack and 4 dice for defense.
Yeah, that'll work. So
Okay.
First
So-
round will be what, 1 sword or 1 dice sword?
Well, it already failed its attack, so it just bounces off your shield, and then roll the 1 dice for the attack.
All right. It is a 4, so it's a hit.
Okay, so next to your sword, there's sort of 3 degrees of damage. What's the first one?
Let's see. It's +3 power. It says add 2.
Up next to that, further on.
Oh, IMS.
Yeah.
4, 7, 11.
Okay, so that's a level 4 damage blow because you got 1 success, right?
Mhm.
The wolf takes a superficial wound from that. So the first superficial wound is +1 obstacle, I think.
Yes. It is for me. So
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. Okay. Not quite sure how the minor wounds are supposed to build up to take someone actually dead. Incapacitated if you can't do anything. But
I'm getting there. We'll find out soon.
yeah. Do you have any stats? You're taking a 3 die penalty, aren't you?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
must have some stats over 3.
Oh yeah.
Okay, right. So yeah, the wolf bites and you ward it off with the shield and get a weak, desperate slash in on it. Alfred wakes up, throws on his helmet, maybe his gauntlets. Fish wakes up and goes, "Durr." Larry wakes up and goes, "Durr, what? What's going on?" Durr.
What's going on here? Look.
Right, so yeah, it's like 3 heartbeats per turn. Oh god, this is so complicated. Needlessly complicated. Okay, so now it's the second beat actions. So
I
Alfred
dance
comes
with sword
Alfred
and
comes-
shield,
comes charging forward to help with the attack.
and I try to
Fish
position
can-
myself at the strong point of the wolf, trying to draw the wolf
Yeah, we-
towards me and away from Fletch, who's gotten eat up.
The wolf hasn't paid any attention to you, so you automatically get position on it, so that you'll get +1 dice when you do attack. And whichever range you choose, but that's more complication than I'm prepared to get into at the moment. Larry rubs the sleep dust from her eyes. Right, Fletch can make another attack
Yay.
and defend. The wolf
Right.
tries to evade this turn.
Okay, my attack. 6.
Okay, so that's a hit.
Uh,
Uh,
do I get anything added because it's a 6?
no, not in this instance.
Damn.
Okay. But because the wolf's slightly wounded, it doesn't manage to evade, despite actively evading this turn. So you do that first level again, so that's another superficial wound to the wolf, which has
Nice.
no additional effect.
I got teeth too, you bastard.
Metal teeth. Yeah, there is blood coursing down your chest from like claw marks and teeth marks, and yeah, you're feeling a bit.
You're not having a good time.
No,
I'm not.
it's a bad day for Fletch.
Just a quick comment. Just not just because I'm getting my ass kicked so much, but the way the combat system and everything works so far, I'm not a fan. But
Well, it's designed to be brutal and bloody.
From what I remember, it's also designed for one-on-one. It does not like groups.
It doesn't cope well with groups.
It's very death spirally.
Right, so Alfred closes in and can make 2 sword attacks on the rear of the wolf.
All right. Attack number 1.
Yeah,
Go.
pierce its rear with your long sword.
Oh,
Wait a
are
minute.
you in
Actually,
yet?
Oh my.
Have an additional bonus die because you are attacking from the flank. So you'll get +2
All right.
dice to your sword attack rolls.
At least when we kill this
So I
thing
get
steak tonight.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 success.
Nice. So you can bump up the damage. I think with a sword, it takes 2 successes to bump it up to each one.
Yeah. It says Superior Sword Power 3 +2. And
Yeah, so it's 2 successes to add to damage. So it'll be 4 successes to go to maximum damage, which is the S on the IMS.
yeah, so that'd be 11.
Okay. Let me check his sheet. Okay, that is going to kill it outright.
Dang.
Nice, man.
Right, so you just cleave into it from behind as Fish gets his sword drawn, and Larry grabs up a sword and gets up from the ground, and Fletch flails at it weakly with his sword as well. It does get to try and bite Fletch again, regardless, one last time.
I do have my shield now.
Yeah.
From death's door, I bite at you.
So, what's that? 3
Can you
dice?
roll for...
The shield's 4 normally.
Your shield's +4 dice, so yeah, roll the 4 dice.
3 successes and 1-1.
Okay. Do shields degrade the same as armor? I'm not
Hope
sure.
not. Well, shields do break in reality, so
True. Probably should then. Okay, drop the protection of the shield to 3.
damn.
But yeah, so it splinters slightly as you smack the wolf aside, and then Alfred's on it from behind, stabbing down with his sword and impaling the creature to death. And it gives a whimpering howl and then dies. In the flickering firelight, you can see this creature is like all ribs and mange. Must have been starving, which is the only reason it would have attacked you. It also looks pretty filthy.
So
let's...
here's a question. Does anybody have healing as a skill?
No.
Mending, but I don't think that
Awesome.
works.
Your
Awesome.
Warforged?
Healing's a mental skill, if I remember correctly.
Hang on a sec. Wounded dice. Penalties from wounds are cumulative, blah, blah, blah. If all your stats are reduced to 0, you're incapacitated. No, hang on. Any stat reduced to 0 is incapacitated, so you should have been incapacitated, but that seemed a little unfair. Incapacitation is not death. Anyone incapacitated by a severe wound or worse must be tended to, or they will bleed to death. Right. How do we heal wounds or treat them? Is it under H for healing?
Yeah. So somebody's gonna have to make a roll on a unskilled healing.
Oh, yay.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I might just be misremembering, but like, isn't this one of those systems where if you fail it, you make it worse?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
So yeah, we're gonna attempt cartery.
Well, I remember why my group stopped playing this now.
I don't mind brutal games, but this was surprisingly brutal.
That's
Yeah.
just, I mean,
I did warn y'all.
if you
Yeah.
get
Real
caught with
fair,
your
you-
pants down, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
I can't find the healing rules. This is not helpful.
I think it's under recovery. I think that's how they list it.
Recovery? Okay.
I have the book
think.
too. If you would want me to go look through it as
If
well.
you
with the two
if you
eyes.
want to try and look as well.
I'm happy to. If it'll help, I'm happy to.
Recovery 199. Let's see if that's it. I knew this was going to be a struggle.
For any aspiring role-playing game designer, please make a good table of contents and a good index.
Yes.
Yeah.
We who play your games beg you.
Don't worry. I took that advice to heart when I tried myself.
The other thing is, if you ever play the new Big Eye Small Mouth, please make reasonable decisions on colors. Don't try to hurt your players who would read your book.
Oh yeah, I read that recently. That actually gave me a headache.
Yeah.
That's not good.
It was bad.
Okay. So, right, you should have marked on your sheet the different wounds that you took, right?
Mm-hmm. Lots of
Um,
superficial, but yeah, the big one was the traumatic wound. That's what really fucked me up.
Yeah.
And that was the very first wound I took.
Yep.
Recovery times. Blah, 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 blah. Exact recovery times are either determined by the GM or left to a random die roll. That is not helpful.
That's not helpful.
Okay, superficial wounds. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so none of you have the medical skill, like field dressing, herbalism, or surgery help. Does anyone have
Yes.
any of those?
Those are all the skills you need. None of us have that.
None
I
of
I
have-
thought
So
someone had herbalism.
I have
Uh,
both history and etiquette, which would give me a good bedside manner.
I have
Closest thing I
mending,
have is
so
sport.
Very good, Lady Nightingale.
yeah, I can always fix the armor afterward. But
Yeah.
So what's the
I
stat it's
survived.
based off of?
That's what I'm just looking for.
I think it's a will stat.
I have vague memories of it being that too.
So there isn't actually a healing skill. So herbalism, I suppose.
I would not run this for the tabletopless crew.
No. Okay, herbalism is based on perception. So who has the
Okay.
highest perception?
I have a
Um,
5 perception, so I think that
I-
might be me.
That beats my 4.
Yeah, you round down, so that would still be 2 dice. Field dressing is based on perception,
Okay.
so that would be the same. And surgery.
Yeah, Kit. That I mean, for a minimal application, I mean that was just a starving wolf. Can you imagine if it had been something like an ogre?
Surgery is an average between perception and agility.
Oh, no, 5 for each. Never mind.
Okay,
Fine.
so
Okay.
one of you's going
Can
to
I
have.
roll to give a helping die to fish to assist him?
Yes. So anyone who wants to help, you can. And I think we'll give another bonus dice for Alfred's foraging skill. So we'd scare up some herbs.
That's fair.
So
I'm
that'll be
also-
2, 3, 4 dice.
4 dice.
Yeah,
I'm
kid.
also going to spend.
Okay, roll. How many superficial wounds have you got, Shirt?
3.
Okay, so you roll for each of those.
Okay.
It's difficulty 1 health test, or just roll once, and if you get 3 successes,
The traumatic one is the bad one, though.
yeah.
I'm going to save some stuff for that. So I'll roll once and we'll see how many successes I get. 3 successes.
Nice.
Okay. Your superficial wounds are even more superficial than they first appeared. They were just kind of painful.
Yeah,
So
fish calls you a big baby for complaining about those.
you rinse them out with clean water from the stream, and apply some stinging medicinal herbs to the superficial wounds. Which, yeah, you can cross all of those off, or at least they'll be gone within 10 minutes. Okay, so then you took 1 severe wound,
Dramatic.
traumatic wound. Okay. You may want to spend some points to boost on this because it's a difficulty 5 roll, meaning you need 5 successes.
Can I just spend all 3 of my persona to get 3 dice? Am I allowed to do
Yeah,
that?
and other people are helping you, so they can spend to add dice if it's needed.
Oh. No. I'm sorry. It was severe. I believe it wasn't traumatic. Or was it?
Still.
I'll still be sending all 3
Inside you are 2 wolves. Both of them have initiative.
Oh no, please no.
Okay, so yeah, figure out how many dice you've got to roll, and then hope you roll well.
So 3 for that, and then 2 for the base, and then 2 for the helping. Is anyone else going to spend persona with me here?
I'm going to spend a persona if we need a reroll.
I've already
If
blown all
necessary.
mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got 2 persona, but I can spend them on rerolls.
All right, that's fair. All right, cool. So I got the extra dice. You guys got the rerolls. Come on, let's keep Fletch alive here. He's an arsehole, but he's our arsehole.
Fletch lives.
I'm not an asshole. I'm just a mother hen.
2. Yeah,
How'd you do there, Fish?
2 successes. So I think
Reroll number
Not enough.
1 is go.
reroll all the ones. Cool. So that would be 3 of the ones.
Well, yeah, reroll what didn't succeed, maybe,
All right, cool. And then so
because you need 5 successes total.
5. There we go. I reached the 5.
Nice.
Happy for that.
Okay. So how many successes total did you get? Just the 5?
Just the 5. Barely got in.
Okay. Okay. Reduce your wound penalty by 1 die. So instead of 3, it's now 2.
Yep.
You recover the next die in a couple of months, and the last die in a couple of months after that. So you're at -2 die for the foreseeable.
Can we attempt surgery again?
Quit while you're ahead.
Yeah.
Really quick while you're ahead. I had a quick look. I
No,
saw what
the-
happens if we fail this.
Maybe.
The correct thing is we go to somebody who actually has healing skills when we
Yes.
Okay.
Perhaps we'll find a midwife or something.
Yeah, Fish just kind of goes like, "Well, Fletch, for the superficial stuff, you're a big baby for complaining. For the
Mm.
giant
At least-
gash on your neck,
Felt worse.
well, you're a tougher man than I. I'd be complaining about that."
Yeah, I'll
At
just
least
hold
it
up
was
the.
just the first watch.
I'll
So-
just hold up the remains of the armor. Got something to work
Do
on
you want
now.
to try and repair that?
Yes.
Okay.
With my 1 dice now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Kind of like that a bunch of knights who have no experience in medicine have just basically done open heart surgery and succeed.
More by
Oh.
luck than judgment. Just stuff some herbs in the hole and call it good.
Here, let me
I mean,
piss on the
that
wound.
tracks
That'll make
for
it
this
better.
period.
Put a mushroom in there. Mushrooms are good
Yeah.
for everything.
Eat this garlic, and if we can smell it from your chest wound, we'll have to kill you. I'm sorry.
We all helped somehow as well, so I'm not sure how that works in terms of
If you somehow
Herbs, fetching water,
you
warm
stuff
towels.
into the herbs, I'll stitch it up. Like,
Speaking of the garlic, also, if you have, if you don't like it, we'll have to kill you, but that will be with a wooden stake.
Did you succeed on your mending roll?
Mm-hmm.
Beg your pardon?
With a 6.
Yay!
With a 6.
Okay, you can repair 1 point of your armor, and then everyone else, I presume, is going to stand watch, and even more attentively than they were going to in the case of Fish.
Mhm.
Yeah, a lot more tentatively than he planned.
What are you doing with the wolf body?
I wouldn't want to eat this thing.
I wasn't
Fish,
suggesting.
Fish on his watch, just near the beginning of it, we'll give it a like an actual burial into the ground. Not deep, like, but decently enough.
We
Why don't we
bury
just
it away from the campsite.
Oh yeah,
Gonna
no,
say,
takes a good.
let's
hit.
take it outside of camp and burn it. This thing might be diseased
why not just chuck it in the river?
because somebody might drink it.
Yeah, Fish looks at you like you're an idiot. Like,
Yeah, but that's somebody else's problem.
it's our problem later. We gotta come
I
back.
mean, I just finished taking a shit in the river, but never mind. Let's not throw the wolf in there. That's unsanitary.
It's fine.
Yeah, but
it'll just
everyone
walk
shits in
away
it, really.
downstream. It's
You're just making it
the next
chocolate
village
flavors.
alone's problem.
But yeah, no, Fish takes it like 10 minutes out of camp and just buries
Hey.
it.
If you want to fight 100 rabid villagers, that's entirely up to you.
Also, yeah, we're lucky this thing wasn't like an ogre or something, because if I remember
Yeah.
correctly, everything that isn't human is just better than humans in this, because like kind of Tolkien-esque fantasy stuff.
Yeah, bit racist.
Little bit.
Okay, the rest of the night passes without incident. When Fletch awakens, the many chest wounds hurt quite a lot, but they haven't inflamed and reddened too much, so you're pretty sure they aren't infected.
Oh,
The Devil's Rot ain't got in there.
small mercy.
Somehow, with the rising of the sun, somehow nobody on watch noticed, or at least Fish didn't notice because Fish was on last watch. But a young woman has appeared on the little pier of the dock and has sat on it, dangling her bare feet in the water.
Like, how
Well-
young are we talking about?
Oh,
She
come on.
could be anywhere from 15 to 18. It's hard to tell.
Okay.
Bear in mind, people get married at 13 in this society.
Well, no. We're just wanting to know if this is a child who shouldn't be having a quantum physics textbook at her age, kind of young child.
Fish immediately walks up to her and goes, "Well, young lady, are you here for fish, or are you here merely to gaze upon a pretty river and a perilous forest?"
She looks out over the water a moment and at the forest, and then turns to look at you. She's very fair featured, no pock marks or scars or anything. It's got long, slightly ratty, slightly uneven blonde hair that goes all the way down to her waist, and she has a little headdress of daisies and white feathers hanging down. Oh, I look after the ferry across.
Ah, very nice. I like the daisies and feathers, by the way. An excellent choice. Are they pretty in this
Thank you.
time of year?
I like your metal.
Ah, the chainmail. I personally think it doesn't go with anything, but it helps when someone tries to come at you with a pointy thing.
It's very shiny and sparkly and jangly.
Thank you very much. Well, may I ask you a question, young girl?
You just did.
You can?
How deep is this river? Would someone my height be able to wade it?
Well, yes, but maybe you shouldn't.
Why would that be?
Well, water is a gateway to the other place.
Fish looks like not confused, like he's heard this before, but also like it's never something he's liked thinking about. He goes, huh? I guess it can be considered that. Would we be allowed to use your ferry then, me and my friends here?
I would be happy to take you across. You're becoming knights, yes?
Yes, we are. Knights of the Realm. Maybe of the Round.
I would be happy to take you across to the other side, to the Forest Perilous.
Well, that's incredibly kind of you. What would you charge for your ferry ride?
What would you pay me?
And he realizes he has no money on him because I got resources and zilch. And very poor.
Well,
man.
you'll have a small
Yeah.
few coins on you.
Yeah,
you know.
nothing of important. He goes, well, I can offer you some small coin, or I can offer you a promise that when I am a knight, I will come back and reward you more justly for allowing me to become one.
A promise. That's a precious thing. I'll have a promise, please.
I promise to you that when I become a knight, I will come back and grant you a thing precious to you. Sorry, my own brain farted there, not fish's. I promise to you that once I am a knight, I will come back and give you a reward ample for your services in helping me become a knight. Is this good for you, young girl?
Absolutely. That would be perfect. And your friends, will they also be wanting passage?
Am I awake
Nice.
at this point? Sorry.
Yes, you are all awake.
Yeah.
Don't take
yeah.
his promise. You know what he's promising.
He,
You know men only want one thing.
Fish returns and goes, I'm afraid that I am not promising that, young girl. I will not even pretend you are not the type for me, I'm afraid. My heart belongs to another. But ample reward you shall get. My friends, you may discuss it with them, whether they need passage or not. I have accepted mine, and I thank you for
I
it.
offered to share some of my ration with the young girl. Some bread and salt.
She accepts and wolfs down whatever food you give her in very short order.
I'll offer to teach her the best places to hit a man to stop him from advancing. Like fish
That-
be doing.
That is good knowledge. So she happily learns from you the best places to hit a man. And Fletch is the only one that hasn't offered anything, I think.
Looking over my skills. Okay. Is it possible to produce a carving pretty quickly?
With
I have
your penalty
carpentry.
dice.
Well, I have carpentry and carving. So
Okay, so take whichever one's highest, add one, and then take away your wound penalties.
okay. Well, they're the same. So
Yeah, you can
And
quickly, crudely whittle something.
I'm doing it with one dice. Which I have a feeling is going to be the theme for me this entire game. Wow.
Well, I mean, given what we're on a quest for, I suspect it won't be the entire game.
Okay, so I started carving something to give her, and then give up on it after about 5 or 10 minutes of fruitlessly either cutting my finger or just I rolled a 3.
She boops you on the nose playfully and says, "There is something else I want.
And what would that be?
I can't tell you, but if you'll give it to me freely, you can have passage."
I'm an old, half-dead wannabe knight who doesn't really even believe in knights. But if
Well,
it's
if you have nothing to lose,
yeah, I don't guess I do.
so can I have it?
You can have it.
All right. She touches you and takes your wounds.
Why did you want that?
So I can give them to someone else if they give me trouble.
Fair enough.
And then, humming to herself, she skips over and gets in the flat-bottom boat, ready to cross the river.
I before I get in it, I take my chainmail off.
I'll look over at Fish. What exactly did you promise her?
An ample reward once I am truly a knight.
But what did she ask for?
That is for her to decide when I am a knight.
Seeing what she did for me, you may regret that later.
It was a promise given freely. I will not regret what I give freely.
Well,
It's a one-shot adventure, no regrets.
I'm gonna wait until after we get across the shore and get a slight bit away from the girl to pray, because I feel that my friend Fish needs some prayer for his soul.
His immortal soul. Okay.
You said
Yeah,
Fish has
she-
one?
She poles the boat across the river with surprising ease. It's almost like the rushes part and bow before her to make space. And she comes into a little cove on the other side. The river's only like 20 meters wide, and you can see the bottom. It's a wonder the boat can float at all, you think. But yeah, paying for passage was probably the safer bet. All things considered, how odd and weird she is and this place is. When you get to the other side, there are gnarled tree roots dipping into the water all around, and forming almost like a dock. The roots are all grown over each other and tangled together, and all around this little dock, inlet, whatever you want to call it, all those trees are apple trees. And it's autumn, but they're in bloom as if it were spring. And there are petals all over the surface of the water, everywhere else, and blowing around when the breeze takes them.
I'll ask her really quick. Are we allowed to take these apples?
Well, if you find an apple, yes.
Just checking.
You can do what you want.
I'm gonna lean over to Fish and say, and like whisper in his ear, "She's clearly some kind of fairy. Don't tell her about the wolf."
Fish leans over and goes, I didn't plan on it too well. But yes, she's clearly a fae of some kind. Let's just hope she's not the enchantress kind.
I'll wait
I
here,
shake my
take you
head.
back across.
Fish thanks her for that.
I thank her as well for her generosity.
Same.
She
Yeah,
sits
same.
on the tree roots and dangles her toes in the water, humming a tune to herself.
Yeah. Before we continue any further into the place, Fish turns to Fletch and goes, "Oh, by the way, Fletch, trade armors with me.
Trade what?
Your trade armors with me. I see your leather's damaged, and I'm more agile than you are. You're more of the slower, brutish type. My chainmail's never fitted me well anyway. I think I prefer leathers.
Except
Yeah.
my proper place to work is in the back anyway. So I'll need you up front, distracting whatever it is. I'll tap my crossbow and pull it out. You know what I call this?
A crossbow?"
It's the great equalizer.
He looks at it and he goes, "To be honest, I don't disagree. I just find
It's not
something
just-
romantic. I find something romantic about a sword and shield.
Well,
Coward's weapon, the crossbow.
say what?
It's a coward's weapon. You want to be up front with a sword.
You want to go up front and die? That's up to you. This thing will kill any 3 knights before you get to me.
I have seen it go through plate mail like it was, well, wait, it was out of character. Was paper mache a thing back then?
Yes, it was.
It goes
Yes, what?
way back, papier mâché. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd say it was paper mache.
Paper's like 15th century, so yeah.
This is not actually Earth, England, is it?
No. It's
No.
Okay.
I didn't
So
see
I-
what it
The
was.
default setting is like Lord of the Rings with
Yeah.
a little bit of Arthur dribbled in.
Yeah, I was about. Otherwise, I could have mentioned, King Richard.
I'm giving it a kind of Pendragon, Dragon Warriors ish sort of spin.
I like
'Cause
the
that's the
spin, honestly.
impression I got reading it. So
I quite like
Yeah.
it.
King Richard was felled by a crossbow.
along with many other people, I imagine,
Well, yeah, but he was noteworthy because
because he was rich.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because he was a freaking king, and he got killed by a pretty much a stray lucky crossbow shot. That it didn't kill him immediately, but it killed him later.
What you're saying is King Richard was killed by a coward.
Yeah.
Strong.
So, what now?
Fish.
We proceed on our quest.
Yeah, Fish kind of
Obviously.
tries to take charge a little bit, and is just like, "Well, let's go. I think the most strategically minded of us should lead, and that's obviously me."
I lean over to say, you are quite right, of course, my friend, but shouldn't the one who's the most expert at navigating be the one who leads on the path?
Strategically, that's a very sound idea. So whoever's good at navigating, lead us.
I will be glad to assist, as always.
Okay. Do you want to make an orienteering roll?
I am.
Okay.
So I got 2 successes.
Okay. You see there's like small animal trails cutting through the forest, through the underbrush. There's a lot of ferns, bluebells, primroses, and so on underfoot. And where the tree cover opens up, tangles of forget-me-nots and brambles. Most of the trees seem to be apple trees, but many of them are grown much bigger than apple trees should. And none of them seem to be able to decide what season it is particularly. They grow in clusters, some of them heavy with apples, some of them covered in blossom, some of them bare, some of them covered in green leaves. It's all...
Do some of them seem like they're
confusing.
more in winter?
Yes, some of them do.
Does there seem to be a wolf's trail going into that section?
No, but the strongest trail does seem to be sort of wending its way between the winter trees.
Could we ask the girl if she knows where we can find a cup?
We didn't.
We didn't, because she would actually ask us for a price on that. And one of us has paid a price that is likely going to bite him in the ass. And the other paid his bite in the ass as his price.
Yes, literally.
Okay, so you reckon that's probably the best trail to follow because it gives you the highest visibility in the woods around, and you follow that. And as you're following it, you come to realize that this path seems to be leading towards some sort of light. It's not the sun, it's not the moon, depending how time is working in here. You're not exactly sure, but there is light. And eventually you come out of the trees into a clearing, and there is a big stone just seemingly deposited at random here in the middle of this clearing, with a natural hollow in it filled with rainwater, and there's light pouring up from it. As the light passes through the water, it seems to split into the different colors of the rainbow, beaming outward towards 7 different paths, which you hadn't noticed before. And looking back at the forest behind you, the trail seems to have changed.
I hate the bloody Fae.
This is going to be strange.
Good news, I think I know what we're supposed to do. Bad news, we're going to have to split up.
GM notes, you don't have to split up.
That's a terrible idea.
No. This is what my character's belief is after examining the scene. The light splits off. Cups are going to be located off in the distance. We have water. Obviously, pick the right cup. Go to the water. You've achieved a challenge. Unless, of course,
you've been here before, so you know.
No, it's just the way these sorts of stories go, right? Didn't your parents tell you stories about this sort of thing?
No, my parents were too busy teaching me how to carve things and blacksmith and tan and other useful things.
Never really knew.
I knock on the stone. Unless we want to take this, because this is a cup.
Why would my parents teach me anything? Nanny taught me things.
My parents were a bunch of dock workers and sailors.
Should have taught you how to fish and sail.
Pretty much, yeah. I say we stick together. We are knights, brothers in arms. We fight together, we die together.
Well, considering
True.
one wolf almost made lunch out of me, and I was by
Also-
myself.
Also that.
For
Very
making
well.
a deal
Oh.
with the girl, each of you can have a fate point and a persona point.
Oh, thank you very much.
That will help.
So let's pick the season we want to go towards then.
Well,
I can't believe I'm gonna ask us, what are the colors of a rainbow again?
Roy
Red,
G. Biv,
orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet.
Fish points towards indigo going. It's always been my favorite color. I say that one.
well, hold on a minute. We're new knights, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
shouldn't we go towards the spring when new things grow?
And that does seem wise, I agree.
I'm just picking my favorite color, frankly. This all seems mad to me.
That's true. Trying to apply logic to this.
Well, it has its own logic. Or at least that's how the stories always went.
I'm just going to start going eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
See,
No, I think we should go towards the spring. Especially considering the wolf that attacked our friend.
Fish just quickly goes to like investigate the water, look into it, make himself feel calm.
Okay, even though it's clearly rainwater that has collected in this hollow in the stone for some time, it's clean and pure and doesn't seem to have any bugs or anything floating in it.
He looks at it and goes, "Should I drink from this? This seems like a thing that I either should or shouldn't drink from. If you catch my meaning."
I think you should drink from it when you have your cup.
Wise idea, I guess.
I think
Like,
we should
just-
drink from it now.
You just want me to drop dead because it's, I don't know, acid or something.
It doesn't
just
look
wanna know
like
if you
acid.
put it into drink.
He like looks at the water, clearly because he was a bit nervous during a lot of this, but like when he looks into the water, he looks a lot calmer. I say we
Mind
just go with whatever the best option is. I will
Mind you of home.
do whatever. A little bit. My home's the sea, not the land. Never liked it too much. I'm only here because being a knight gives you, well, privileges that others don't get.
I'm kind of silent for a moment. I hope that when I complete this trial, I can go home and have some of the stigma of my birth removed.
Look, Sir Alfred, you are a kind and noble man from what I've known. Everyone that can't get over your stigma of birth, as he does like the air quotes around it, is frankly a lunatic and a jackass. So what matters where you're from? You're honorable and knightly in my book, even if Fletch here hates that. As he smiles at Fletch.
Just promise me something. You
Happily.
guys, if you do become knights, whether I become a knight or not, don't become a bunch of useless asses like those people back in the kingdom.
I promise not to be. That's the second one of those I've given out today, so don't make it devalued.
So is anybody going to drink this water?
Gods no, I'm going to wait till I have a cup at least. I'm not drinking with my hands.
Ah, cowards. I'm going to try some with my hands.
I mean, you could drink from it. You
You have to
could
take
take
your
a-
helmet off.
I'm gonna just take some
You
water.
have to take your helmet off.
Drink some. It seems like fairy water. Perhaps it's magical.
Yeah, it still casts light when it's in your hands, glowing. It tastes sweet. Very slightly like apples.
It's like apple juice. Try some. This is good.
Fish like takes just like he takes it, two of it in his like dips his two fingers in it, and then makes like a little sign for like I don't know. I assume there's like probably a god of like the sea type stuff because of gods, plural
Yeah.
was mentioned earlier. So he does like a little sign of it and offers a prayer, little like prayer fishermen would do to keep everyone safe.
Yeah. Mhm.
So he goes, "I'll drink when I get back. For now, a prayer with, let's say, blessed water for now.
Mhm.
Although we should pick a path soon. I don't want to dilly-dally in a place like this. I'll
I've
go with
already
Sir
chosen.
You can have a persona point for that.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, Fish just goes, I go with whatever Alfred goes for. In the end, he's a trustworthy man. And I'm a bit of an idiot.
It's not so much you're an idiot, my friend. It's that your heart drives you, and it's a very fast heart.
Thank you, friend. But yeah, Fish is just going to do whatever Alfred says is cool.
I head towards the spring.
Fish heads
I
with
was
him.
already
And,
headed that way.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I'm
the
guessing, like,
spring
the-
path.
a yellow
Yeah,
or an
this-
orange path, probably.
Well, the spring pathway. One second. The spring pathway goes either the yellow or the green color.
It's got to be
Green.
green. I was about to say, it's got to be green for Green Knights, right?
I saw Sword of the Valiant. I have not seen the Green Knight.
Go on. It's actually pretty good.
It's very pretty.
It's very pretty. Bit slow.
Okay. All right. You make your way forward following the green light as it somehow seems to bend and move through the trees. Sometimes you lose sight of it when the sunlight comes in more strongly through the cover above. And there's a lot of petals in this area fluttering down everywhere and getting into everything and onto everything. It's pretty, but a bit annoying. Can you all make perception rolls, please, which are open-ended?
Sure. 5.
Would alert be applicable as a trait for
It would.
this?
Yeah. Ah, my eye muscle is twitching.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that always sucks. Mine gets like that from time to time.
Yep.
2 successes.
My luck
Jesus.
continues. I've one whole success.
I'm sorry, T-shirt.
5
I know.
successes.
Burn those dice when you get a chance, man. They hate you.
Failure
God.
can be fun.
I got
All
5.
right. Those of you who succeeded, you think you can hear deep booming voices up ahead, engaged in argument. You can't quite make out what they're
Shit.
saying yet.
Fish is just under his breath going, please don't be giants. Please don't be giants. Please don't be
It-
giants.
Worse, it'll be a giant with multiple heads.
Oh, no, not that. Anything
one-
but that.
One Python-esque reference was enough, I think.
They're all giants to me. I'm literally a midget.
I pull out my sword, but like keep it like at like down below, just ready, but not aggressive. Just my sword's out. I'm in a forest. Anything could be here. I'm just being prepared, not aggressive.
Got crossbow in both hands and ready to go.
And Alfred?
I'm going to
I have
brandish
my
my
sword at ready.
Yeah, I'm brandishing my sword aggressively. I'm ready
Okay.
to fight it.
Are you going to try and sneak up, or
Nice.
what?
Group.
Stealthing up seems wise.
Fish like kind of puts his hands up for us to like stop and goes, let us think a moment. We are knights. Chivalry demands we declare our presence, but sneaking is the strategic option here. What do we value more? Our honor as knights or our strategic value on the battlefield?
Well,
Prudence is also a knightly virtue.
It is.
If you sneak up on somebody, you're more likely to make them afraid of you.
This does sound like cowardice to me.
I say this: we walk slowly and thoughtfully. We do not sneak. We merely arrive unbeknownst.
We perambulate.
That's a word I don't know the meaning of, but I'll take it, friend.
It's
Perhaps
a bit like a peregrination.
We can sneak up to see what there is, and then we announce ourselves
Yeah.
if the situation calls for it.
Prudence and wide. Wide? You know, I'm going for it. Fish said wide. Thinks wide means wise. There we go. Going for that.
Okay, so you all sneaking up?
Yeah, Fish will sneak if everyone else does. He's not going to be a jackass about it.
Okay. So I think it's just stealth. But you're doing it as a group, so...
Oh no, the thing Burning Wheel's most afraid of, doing anything as a group.
Yes.
Oh,
Skills. Stealthy.
one-on-one combat's a death sentence.
Yeah. Stealthy is the skill. If you don't have the skill, it's half your speed rounded down.
Ooh.
Okay, so 1 dice. That's ought to be good.
2
But
successes.
they are engaged in heated argument with each other, so you can all have a bonus dice. And there's plenty of cover, so you can have a second bonus dice.
All right,
Yeah,
that's
so with that,
not bad for me there.
1 success on 3 dice.
I got 4 successes.
3 successes.
Do sixes explode on this one?
I think they're supposed to.
Nope. Then I
Okay, if that's
explode.
the case,
I need to explode 2 of them.
I
then.
still have the same number of successes because the explosion didn't actually give me anything.
Is the explosion infinite?
Yes,
Yeah.
if you keep rolling sixes, you keep rolling.
Okay, so
4
that's, give me a
successes.
sec. Oh no, am I gonna run out of dice here? No, I don't. Okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes. I am a
Did anybody fail? No?
Nope.
don't think
Okay. All good. Right. The underbrush makes it a bit difficult, but it also provides you a lot of visual cover. You will move up. There's plenty of fallen trees. This isn't a forest that's been looked after. It hasn't been coppiced or cleared or anything of the sort, really. You can smell blood on the air. And
Shit.
up ahead, there is a round clearing. The trees around the edge have been bolstered by logs being put up against them. And there's a horse carcass, or rather half a horse carcass, hanging by its reins from one of the heavier branches. And there are a pair of big, round-bodied, barrel-chested, like 8, 9, 10-foot tall creatures wearing horse skins. They've got big logs wrapped with rope next to them, which must be clubs big enough for them to use. And they're arguing over a little golden cup that sits between them. It's mine. I saw it first. No, it's mine. I called dibs.
Fuck, I said I didn't want giants.
That's why there's giants here. You said you didn't want them.
They don't look that smart.
You had the last pretty thing we found. Yeah, but I ate her.
I bet I could just run in between them and grab the cup.
And you die.
No, I
Very.
run between their legs. Think of it. I'm shorter than their crotch.
Could headbutt them in the nuts.
Yeah. with my
Booker has a
helmet.
point.
A wolf nearly killed me. What do you think those 2 things are going to do?
I don't intend to fight them. I don't need to. I can just take the cup and run.
Well, once you piss them off, they're definitely going to want to fight us.
Well, you've got a head start on them.
I'm keeping an eye out in case they notice these 2 arguing.
We could play a game to see who gets it. Oh, but you're good at games. I'm not good at games. Yeah, but you're good at hunting, aren't you?
have an
Yeah.
idea.
Think we can
I've-
talk our way out of this one?
I think
It's a
so.
terrible idea.
I've got an idea.
What's your idea?
Just follow my lead.
Okay.
What if we breaks it in half?
I'll
All right,
stride over
out
there.
now. Yeah. Fish says like out now, about to break our stuff.
I follow behind Fletch.
I also follow behind. Again, shield in hand, sword in hand, ready.
Okay. They look up, sort of blinking in sequence. Oh, it's them knights. Hello.
Hello. Tell you
Hello.
what, I'll let you keep the cup if you can answer my riddle.
Let us keep the cup. It's our bloody cup. We found it. It's ours. No, it's mine. No, it's mine. It's mine, you cunt.
As I said, I'll let you keep the cup if you can answer my riddle.
But it's not
Whoever-
yours.
Whoever answers it gets to keep the cup. If you can't answer the riddle, you don't get to keep the cup. I get to keep the cup.
And this way, it's not a fight between the two of you, and you maintain your bonds of brotherly love and affection.
Or marriage if it's marriage.
They
They
ponder
don't look the
for a moment.
brightest. So.
Okay, you're trying to persuade them to submit to a riddle contest.
Yes.
So let's see. I don't think this needs to be a duel of wits exactly, because it's not that kind of
No,
thing.
because our opponents are not properly armed.
Yes, exactly.
Be an unfair challenge. I do love that system in this game. It's a really cool system.
Well, fighting them seems like an unfair challenge. So
I'll say, yeah, it feels
The
like
other
something
way.
no matter where we go.
Too stupid to feel pain is one of their traits. So that'll give you a bonus die. What skill are you using?
what the hell is Attilator?
A crossbow maker.
That's what I thought.
Never heard that word in my
Ed-
life.
Etiquette probably wouldn't work either. So I don't have an
Extortion be
actual.
applicable?
I don't have an actual skill that works for this. Hopefully, one of my friends is glib.
I have oratory. I could take over from
Yeah.
here.
That's who needs to take
There
over
you-
and be the salesman.
Yes.
Yeah, you can make an oratory roll with an extra die.
I'll look over at you. Go on, ask him a riddle.
I got a single success on that.
But they got no successes because they're quite dim. Yeah. All right then. Right. So whichever one of us answers the riddle gets the cup, right?
Right. If you two don't answer the riddle, you don't keep the cup. We keep the cup.
You have
Right.
to answer it correctly.
Oh, okay. Right. All right, I'm ready. Ask your riddle.
I'll look over at my companion. Nod.
I nod.
The ogres look between you as you nod to each other. Well, what's the riddle then?
What has 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs in the evening, and 3 legs at night?
A half-eaten horse.
No. You get 2 guesses. Thought it'd be
Each?
fair. Each. I thought it'd be fair. They're rather dim.
That's fine.
A bloke carrying horse legs.
No.
Right, my turn. Cup's all mine. Is it a witch with a walking stick?
Close.
Close.
Well,
but
close.
No cigar.
You think you see the candle appear over his head and spontaneously light. Is it a person? Because they crawl when they're a snack, right? And they walk when they're a meal, and then like an old guy with a stick when they're crunchy.
And Fish kind of like looks at them and goes, "Huh. I suppose it could be that. The version I was told was all three answers are a baby. You chop its arms off, and therefore only has 2 legs, and then you sew another leg back on it in the evening. Right? It's good, isn't it? Well,
Yeah.
told me that one.
The other one goes, wait, it's not fair. Best of 3.
He's already told you the answer.
Well, do a different riddle.
All right.
I have one.
All right.
But here's the thing: since you already solved this, since the first riddle already happened, what do we get extra on this one if you both lose?
If we both lose, we won't eat you.
That sounds good.
Sounds fair.
So here's the riddle I have. House based on a foundation like skies. House one has covered with a veil like a secret box. A house set on a base like a goose. One enters it blind before leaving it seeing. What is it?
That was a lot of words, bruv.
Fish takes this opportunity to go to sleep because that confused him.
A veiled goose. Who's marrying the goose?
No. The house one has covered with a veil like a secret box.
Right. Bruv, me brain hurts. Mine doesn't. It's because you ain't got one. Oh, fuck me head. House fail goose? Goose fail house? Is this anything to do with that swan maiden on the river?
No, it does not have anything to do with her. But one also has to enter this house blind, but leave it seeing.
Is it putting an horse on your head?
No.
How many guesses did we get?
Well, there's 2 of you, so you each get 1. So it's 2, 1 for you and 1 for you.
Right, so if I get this one, I get the cup.
Right.
Is it?
If we lose, you get to use.
Is it? Yeah. Is it being eaten? Because if I was to eat you, you go in, you wouldn't see anything, right?
But you don't come out seeing anything after you're eaten. You're poop. Poop doesn't see things.
My poop sometimes has eyes in it.
Yes, but the eyes don't see anything because they're dead. The answer is the schoolhouse.
A what?
A schoolhouse where you go to be educated.
What?
It has base on a foundation like the skies, which is knowledge. It's covered with a veil like a secret box because not all are privileged enough to enter it. It's set on a base like a goose because it's all about children entering in excitable as a goose. When you enter in blind, you're ignorant, but you leave it seeing because you've been given knowledge.
I don't like him.
Fish just goes, I agree with the Giants.
So
Right.
we've got...
So,
that
you
was
win the-
2. Oh, we got one more, don't we?
Best of 3, gentlemen.
Oh, jeez.
You've
If you want it to be best of 3, you're down 2.
Yeah, so
So
we
you've
won't
agreed
eat
not
you.
to eat us, and you've agreed
Yeah.
to let us take the cup if you lose. But what if you lose a 3rd time? What
Then
do
you
we
get the
gain
cup.
for you losing a 3rd?
What do you want? Do you want some of the horse?
Nah.
Huh?
Why are you denying
It's got
good
jangly
horse?
bits.
Why are we denying good horse?
There was a very sick wolf that came from near here. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, we ate the rest of them, but that one we didn't fancy. So we booted him across the river.
That answers that.
We're looking for some other cups, gentlemen. Would you care to accompany us on our search for them?
Oh,
If you lose this time, you could help us out.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we could do that. Or we've got a bag of money from people we've eaten. You could have that.
I want that.
Yeah, the money sounds good.
That seems fair.
All right. All right. One more riddle then. Come on.
Four
If
hang,
you say
Four
what have
sprang.
we got in his pockets, I'm going to hold you upside down and find out.
no, nothing like that. Four hang, four sprang, 2 point the way, 2 to the ward, off dogs, 1 dangles after, always rather dirty. What am I?
Bollocks.
What was that he said?
he said
He said
bollocks. Testicles.
Testicles.
Good answer.
This
Is
is
it
not
right?
a correct answer, unfortunately.
Ha! You
Fish,
got
I
it
look-
wrong.
fish whispers
I look-
reflect. That wasn't the right answer. That's what I thought.
I looked the right one.
Dangles after and is dirty. Bum tags.
No, the answer is a cow. Four hang, they sprang, which is where the milk comes from. 2 point the way, which is their horns. 2 to ward off dogs. And 1 that dangles after is the tail. And they're always dirty.
You know what, bruv? I fancy a cow now. All right, here's your cup and here's your money. We're off to go and eat a cow. They pick themselves up with much grunting, farting, and belching, pick up their clubs, and stomp off through the woods.
Have a good day, gentlemen.
Well, once we go back to the area with the center rock, I kneel in prayer because, oh my god, I was afraid that wasn't going to work. And by the way, Grim, did you recognize the second riddle?
I did not.
That was one of the riddles vote. When he was
Sorry.
Odin had transformed himself, and he was riddling with a king who was supposed to be smart.
Oh yeah. What was the king's name again? I can never remember.
And the first one is an ancient Sumerian riddle.
I like the rap battle in the Finnish mythology that basically ends up creating half the world. That's a good one. Okay, so who is claiming the cup? Who do you think earned the cup?
I say, Fish says, I think, Sir Alfred, you have earned your cup. It was your wits that got us out of there. My wits.
My
nearly got us
idea.
bottom. Yeah,
It's a
but
team
let's
effort.
face it. Let's face it. He pulled like, I don't know, 3/3 of the weight. Wait, hang
It's
on.
not my fault I didn't get to read a lot of books growing up.
It's not my fault. I was
Wait,
born
we
kind of
got
stupid.
3 more of these to go, gentlemen. Everyone will have their share.
True.
Well, then maybe we should wait until we all have a cup before we start claiming them.
Well, I'm sure riddles won't
That's
be
fair.
involved every time. We'll all have a chance to test our skills. Riddles are rarely any use in combat.
It wasn't a test of riddles. It was a test of wits. We couldn't have
And
beaten
it was not a
those
very
things.
hard test because the ogres don't have any.
True.
Well,
Either way, I say we should probably leave the money here and just pick it up on our way back.
That
it
seems
might be
fair.
useful.
We should bring it with us. Give it to the fairy girl.
It might be
We don't have
useful.
to
Bring
give
it
her
with us.
any obscure promises of our firstborn child or something without saying what it is.
So yeah, Fish just kind of goes like,
Okay,
Yeah,
so you're taking the money and the cup back to the middle?
"Oh no, yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, I thought we were already at the middle."
Okay,
So
I wasn't.
Fish was suggesting that we just leave the money in the middle, so we're not carrying it around.
Okay, are you going to? Is someone going to drink from this cup, or are you going to stash the cup and the coins and wait?
I'm going to wait because it wouldn't be a proper nightly thing to do, drink before my brothers.
Okay, well, someone make a note that they have the green cup.
So
Yeah,
you said we're going to be taking a break about the 2 hour mark.
Yeah, so about now we'll take our break for about. Is 10 minutes enough for everybody to go to the toilet,
yeah.
get a snack or anything?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Well,
There
I
be
kind of
some
been snacking while we've been playing. I had Pop Tarts next to me.
Okay, so people watching will be back in about 10 minutes. Please mute yourselves, and I will remove you from the screen and put up a little bar. And we'll be back in about 10 minutes.
I need to learn how to do that. Hail!
You unmute yourselves if you're still muted. Hopefully everyone's back. We'll be in the next minute or two.
All right, I'm back. I may have to dip out in a little bit to have my actual dinner, and I'll pop back in.
Okay,
Well, we'll make it work.
it's all good. Maybe you can be half bludgeoned to death by a sparrow or something.
You guys can't hear any background noise on my end, can you?
A little bit.
Little bit, but it's not bad.
Okay.
It's like you got a copier running in the background or something.
It's a electric heater. The gas in my house just went out, and it's
Ooh.
yeah, pain in the arse.
That's a bad
Uh-huh.
time for people who don't live in Florida.
Oh yeah, I live in Scotland, so it's freezing here.
Oof.
Also, yeah, I know I don't have the accent, but
A little bit. How far north?
Aberdeen,
Ooh,
so quite
Yes.
up there.
Used to
Yeah.
go and visit the Western Isles quite often.
Not bad.
I'm near Livingston. It's not too bad here, but
It's always cold here because we're right next to the sea, so the natural just being a bit colder by the sea. And then recently, the temperatures have just been all over the place. Just
Yeah,
one
it's a
day
bit-
it's like all right, next day it's like Baltic, like 0 degrees type stuff.
Yeah, it's a bit mad everywhere at the moment.
When
Right.
you're not in the part of Scotland where you can just carve out dirt and set the dirt on fire to heat your house.
Not quite there yet. Ain't got no peat near us.
Yeah, shouldn't burn peat anyway. It's a great carbon sink. So-
Well,
Plus, it doesn't burn very warmly.
I'm in Texas. It's 83 outside right now.
Lucky you.
Not 83 centigrade, I hope.
I
No.
hope not. Otherwise, I think our planet's going somewhere bad.
there's meant to be a big storm in Texas about now.
Tends to be what?
And there's meant to be a big storm in Texas at the moment. I'm guessing that's not actually happened.
No. Although we're supposed to get snow and stuff next week, which is unfortunate because it's spring break and I'm off that week. So,
It's a big place too. Right.
which reminds me, Grim, we'll have to get together and do a Tuesday show.
Yes. If you're snowed in.
Yeah, especially.
Okay. Right. So you returned with one of the cups to the center. The green path has disappeared. So, whither do you wish to go next?
I think we should go to summer.
Yeah, makes sense to take them all in order.
Technically, the order's just wherever you started with.
So winter
Is it
coming.
though?
Winter would be the last one and probably the hardest one.
Probably.
So, do you want to take the blue or the indigo path?
Well,
I
Fish
say
wanted to go with indigo earlier, so let's go indigo.
Yeah, it's the prettiest color.
I do like it.
But yeah, I think Fish happily goes down that one.
It's always happy at first. Then comes the screaming.
Wolves.
If they're wolves, I'll throw Fletch at them. They should be satisfied with that.
Okay.
Things might have gone different if I had my crossbow ready and seen it ahead of time. But
Yes, things would probably have gone quite differently then. Right, you head off down that path, and it gradually opens up until it becomes a heavily rutted road that wends its way between different tangles of trees.
tis a tangled forest.
So why is there this cart track in the middle of it?
That's unusual.
Doesn't make a great deal of sense.
Nothing about this place makes sense.
Before too long, up ahead along a straight part of the track, you can see a massive overladen hay cart very, very slowly moving along the track, taking up the whole width of it. And it's hitting the branches of the trees and knocking them, and apples are falling down into the road.
Oh, collect apples.
Yeah, let's
They're
go.
very, very green and quite small.
That's all right. They'll ripen up later.
I try to get to the front of the cart and see if somebody's stuck.
It is moving, just very slowly, and you can't really get around because the foliage and the trees at the sides of the road are too thick.
Probably an ox cart if it's moving that slow.
Well, we're in no rush. Let's just walk slowly behind it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and mind the shit. You're walking behind a wagon.
Yeah, you were a horse tamer, weren't you?
Mm-hmm.
Or a groom. When you do see some poop, you recognize it as pony poop.
They got ponies pulling this thing. No wonder it's going so slow.
It continues to creak and rock, and the occasional bit of straw falls down and flutters to the ground.
Fish just yells out, "Who's driving this thing? Do you need any help, or
What's that?
Now they'll
Can't hear you
stop.
back there.
can I climb over your cart to come see you?
Pardon?
Can I climb over your cart to come see you?
What?
I'm climbing over your cart now." As the fish starts climbing over the cart.
That may not
What's
be
that?
the wisest.
He's gonna try it.
Okay, let's see. Is there a general athletics skill? Probably not in this. It's probably something really specific, like climb/hay cart. Climbing, it's its own skill. Do you have the climbing skill?
No, I don't.
What is your speed halved?
2.
Okay, roll 2 dice to try and climb over the hay cart while it's moving on loose straw.
5 and a 3, so I get 1 success.
Okay, you start to try and climb up the back of the hay cart, and just a bunch of the straw comes loose, and you come tumbling off the back of the hay cart onto the ground with a thump.
Ah, my arse.
Maybe this is a test of patience.
Or it's just an old man that got lost in the forest.
Nothing seems that random here.
Continues to creak and rock. It's actually going slower than your slowest comfortable walking pace.
Jesus.
Well, I feel bad for accidentally knocking some of the straw out, so I gather up, like if there's like about a handful of, I just gather up most of a handful and just
Stuff it back in.
I just stuff it back in, so it's not if it's not too messed up or anything, just put it back in. Hopefully, get it there. As Fish just kind of goes, well, so I guess it's follow behind.
Okay.
Wait for an opening.
The lesser devils of my nature say that we could always set fire to the hay. That would get it moving pretty quick. But
That's not very knightly of you, is it?
no, it isn't.
It's also just kind of being a dick.
Isn't it, though?
It's a path designed for carts to go on. Well, not designed for it, but it's a path that carts can go on. Hay has as much right to the road as we do.
Yeah.
This is why I prefer the sea. Plenty of room to go around each other.
Actually, that's not knightly thought. Because people are supposed to give deference to a knight.
He doesn't know your knights.
But knights are also supposed to be humble.
Well, yes, but
Isn't this chivalry code a little bit contradictory at times?
It's more of a guideline, is what I was always told.
Do we count as knights until we've completed this quest?
I say we
Time
just take
doesn't work here right.
You know what? I have a perfect solution for us all to follow. As he walks off to the side of the road a little bit, sits his arse down, and has a little sleep.
Okay, you sit down in the piles of fallen apples and roots at the side of the road and settle in. What about the rest of you?
not a bad idea, I guess. Although these are green apples, so maybe cooking them would be better.
I can get behind that.
We have straw,
guess-
so we have things to build a fire.
Yeah, let's make a fire and cook some apples.
Sounds good to me.
Just as
Okay.
just as he's getting raised, they say that just if you take from the cart, at least pay the men. Now I'm going to sleep for the night.
Hey, it's Feagle.
Smeagol?
Feagle in the chat.
Ah, hello, Feagle.
Hello, person I don't know. Nice to see you.
He was in our Scarlet Heroes game.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay, so you sit down, make a little fire, use some of the fallen straw as kindling. Anything that falls off the back of the cart, that's fair going. You stew some green apples with whatever
Mhm.
small amount of honey or whatever you can spare from your rations.
Mhm.
It makes a sweet and very sharp tasting slop.
But it's tasty.
How long are you gonna sit and cook and rest before you start traveling again?
The rate that
How
thing was
much-
moving.
How much distance does that thing get from us while we sit and cook?
It's going at like half walking pace, so maybe a kilometer an hour.
Jesus.
What's that in miles?
Really slow.
Yeah, it's really slow.
Give it a
At
couple
half a mile an hour.
Yeah.
Well, the forest can't be encroaching on the path this entire time. It's got to widen out somewhere.
I mean, we could always volunteer to help him pull the cart faster.
If I could get around the front of it.
Or we could push it from behind.
Not the worst idea, I guess.
Would the ponies be able to deal with having a good shove?
Well, the weird thing is you don't usually use ponies to pull a wagon. Too small.
Well, let's try to push it and see what happens.
Well, it shouldn't be too hard to catch up to it.
No, and so fueled by the power of apples from your power source bars, you very quickly catch up to the wagon, which barely seems to have moved in the intervening time. Creak, rattle, creak, rattle.
Well, let's give it a shove.
Yeah, we'll give it a push.
Okay,
Did we all roll power?
No, I'll just take it into account. So
It's
you
an
all
overloaded hay
put your
cart.
shoulders up against it and push, and it does move slightly faster.
It's-
And you push, and you keep pushing, and you push longer. Time passes. It's moved a lot further, but there doesn't seem to be any end in sight to this track.
I call out, "Hey, whoever's leading this cart,
What's that?
is there a place in the road that's wider where we can get around you?"
Pardon?
Is there a wider part of the path ahead?
You'll have to speak up. I'm a little deaf.
Get your fucking car out of the way, you mangy git.
I'm going to take off my helmet so he can hear me better. And attempt to use my oratory skills to project
Be
my
heard.
voice.
Me, 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 me.
Hey, we need to get past you.
Okay, make an oratory roll.
Oratory number 4. No successes.
Damn it.
I've got a couple of
Yeah, you got points.
roll.
Yeah. You can reroll by spending a point.
3 successes. One of them is a 6. Does that get rolled again?
Not in this case, no.
Okay, so 3.
Okay. You call out, and I tell you what, I'm going to stop so I can hear you.
Shit.
The wagon goes on a little bit further and stops just past a little sort of siding, a little bit of space carved out of the side of the forest, and You're not sure how he did it because the cart still takes up the entire width of the road. But a sprightly-looking man with a grey beard, leading a very stout and short-looking pony, appears in that little gap. Thought there was someone behind me.
You didn't notice when we were pushing your cart?
The pony's legs are buckling, and it's covered in sweat from its exertions, and it keeps coughing.
Jeez. I'll go have a look at the pony.
Okay, it looks up at you with mournful eyes and keeps coughing.
Anything I can do for this poor guy?
If you could forage up the right herbs, you could probably give it something to help. Don't mind him. Don't mind him. He is always making a fuss.
No, he's
Been a long day at work, and he's just a little horse.
He's not well.
I think the bad pun wakes Fish up. Bad puns.
Fletch,
Fish
I
will
think
walk
this
up.
is a job for your crossbow.
Which one of us is good at foraging herbs?
Alfred, who has been carried off by swallows.
Shit.
You've got your horsey skills, right?
I do, but I need to forage up herbs in order to help. You're the
but
horse.
You would know which herbs, presumably, you need to forage.
I do.
Tell you what, I have access to his character sheet, so
Okay.
I can make a roll for him.
All right. Yeah. I'll tell Alfred which plants to look for if he can go forage them up. And I'll get another campfire ready so that because we're gonna probably have to cook up the ingredients.
Make a nice paste for I don't know.
Okay, it's more of a job to get off the road into the woods beyond than anything else because they're so thick and tangled. But as luck would have it, he happens to find some of the right herbs not too far away, and re-emerges covered in bramble scratches and green from moss and all sorts. And you can feed them to the horse.
Yep. That's what I'll do.
As you're feeding the herbs to the horse, it leans in very close to you and says, "Be careful."
Why?
You're not at all startled by a talking horse.
Out here? No.
To be fair, what we've seen lately is quite weird.
He's not as he seems. He's here to vex you. You need to be patient.
Gotcha.
So yeah, Fish walks up just behind them all and goes, "So, any way around your car, or any way you can speed it up?"
There's not really enough room to turn, is there? And no, it's just me and the pony here. So, sorry.
All right.
Where
are you going anyway?
If we can find some way to get our ponies across the river back there, we have more ponies that may help.
Oh no, we're fine. Just me and him.
He doesn't look fine to me.
He's fine. He's just putting on a show.
Our
He
old
might
cat
do a
used
little
to
better
that.
after this, but
Our old cat used to do that, you know? He used to put on a show to make it look sick. It would catch a bird, and if we didn't give it some praise for doing so, it would start coughing up mysterious hairballs.
Yeah, but this is a horse.
Cats and horses are somewhat similar creatures. They're both
Imagine
equally
the-
annoying.
Imagine the size of a hairball that thing's going to cough up.
Might even have treasure in it.
So, can I offer you boys a lift? Where are you headed?
We're looking for cups.
Cups, is it?
We're knights on a nightly quest to discover cups.
Knights and grails go together like horses and carts.
Honestly, sir, I would happily agree. I would happily take a ride. Better than walking behind your cart. And besides, we can regale you with some of our nightly adventure, well, squirely adventures over the years. Soon to be nightly.
Yeah, all being well.
Yeah, would be good. Would Fletch, Booker would use to. But wait, Yeah, we'll deal with that after we're out of this forest. Would you all be interested in taking this man's advice for a lift?
Uh,
Seems more sensible than walking.
or actually, now that he's stopped, we can just go ahead of him.
Could we
You
just
Can't
walk
see a way round,
on-
which is weird because he brought the horse back.
Well, if we can get onto the cart, then we can surely get over it.
I'll
Yeah, but
Pull
we can
my-
It's
sit
not
down.
moving now. Might be easy to climb.
pull my companions over to one side. This is a test.
Well, I assumed as much.
Yeah.
Got to be nice to the old man.
No, the old man is going to try to vex us by slowing us down. It's a test of patience.
So basically, all we have to do is sit on his cart on our asses for like what, a couple hours. Then we pass.
I'm not necessarily sure that's how it works, but
Hey,
You
old
always
man,
have-
can I just go like sit in your hay? Is that all right?
bet
Oh, help yourself.
I'm gonna just go sleep in the hay. I suggest you do the same.
Well,
This could take as long as it needs to. I'm happy to go and have a snooze in the hay as well.
Mm-hmm. Oh, fish can have a persona point for napping now when there's an opportunity.
I do like that trait. It's very fun. Not trait. Instinct. That's the word.
Mm.
But he will try and fish will try and climb into the back of the cart.
Yeah, you can squirm your way into the hay. Some of the hay at the bottom seems like it's been here a long time. It's starting to rot a little, so it's a bit
Yeah.
musty in there.
He grew up on a fisherman's boat most of his life. Must don't mean much to him.
It's not fish guts. It's fine.
It's not fish guts, and it's not the smell of the sea or urine.
Well, they're having a nap. I suppose I should get back on the road.
yep. Mind if I ride the buckboard with you?
Well, I suppose you can.
So
He leads the pony back around to the front, and you're not sure how, but he managed to squeeze past. You're having a bit more of a job, though. Can you make an agility roll to squeeze past?
let's see. Got 4 dice. Might be able to do it. He said before he rolled his dice, knowing how bad he's been rolling all day.
Come on, pray to Nuffle.
Actually, no, I got 3 successes. One of them's a 6.
See what happens when you pray to Nuffle?
It's a bit of a job, but you managed to squeeze past. He's got the little pony hitched back up again, and sits himself
Tell you
down,
what.
pats the seat next to him.
Tell you what, I'm actually a horseman myself, groomer and such. Why don't you take a rest and I'll guide the horse? I mean, it's just a straight road, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's a bend here and there, but yeah, you just got to make sure he doesn't get lazy. That's all.
Sure thing.
Sure. Yeah, I'll have a little nap here.
Yeah, well,
The horse
Go
looks
ahead.
back at you like, please no.
I'll kind of nod at the horse. I'll get down while he's having a nap. Curry comb and take care of the horse really quick. Figure give it a little rest, give it some feed. You're not going to pull anything if you're all tuckered out and lathered out. Looks like he doesn't give you much of a break.
No, he's going to notice soon. We'd better get going.
All right, you rested?
No.
What do we do?
The only thing I can do, pull the cart like I have for years and years and years. His eye begins to twitch.
I don't want to be here for years and years and years. Don't have that kind of time.
Just don't complain and do what he says. That's all that you can do.
All right. Yeah. Feel bad for the horse, but what else can I do?
The horse strains against the collar, and the huge cart slowly starts to move. The horse sort of tremblingly putting one hoof in front of the other. Oh.
Damn it.
The old man, sort of leant back against the straw, is snoring in that whistling way.
Oh, the annoying way.
Yeah, and his breathing is incredibly irregular, so you can't even anticipate when he's going to snore.
All right, enough. Well, I'm not as strong as a horse, but I've got enough power. I might actually be able to pull this thing myself.
I have an interesting little question.
Mm-hmm.
This is a strange place. And Fish has always been a strange dude. Any weird dreams while we're here?
Oh, true. That's one of your things, isn't it?
Trait stream. Yeah, I was just wondering.
Um,
I feel like you're on an endless cart ride.
I know, right?
in your dream, you're back at sea with your family. You're in the hammock trying to sleep, and one of your little brothers is laying on the bottom of the boat underneath your hammock, just poking you through the bottom of the hammock, keeping you awake, and keeps doing it and keeps doing it and keeps doing it until you snap. You roll out of your hammock and you punch him really hard in the face. And that's what your mother notices when you snap and you punch. And she takes off her shoe and she beats you with it.
I think that wakes Fish up. He's like, oh, where's the shoe? If the slipper. Slipper would have been nicer. Ugh.
The boot if you were really in trouble.
Yeah, he only got that once and it was off the ship and into the water.
But you do remember one time, now that you're awake, when your brother was needling you, but your mum saw him needling you. And that time when you belted him, she just said, you had that coming.
Yeah. Fish looks at Fletch, sees the old man sleeping, and goes, "So, how's the horse doing?"
Sweet.
Oh, that sounds annoying.
The horse needs a break, and this will continue on until one of us snaps.
Sweet.
The thing about snapping is, it's sometimes justified when the person you're with is taking the piss. He says rather pointedly and loudly at the old man.
What? Are we there yet?
Stop pretend. Yeah, just as he wakes up, he goes, "Now stop pretending to be asleep and annoying, and tell us: are you going to waste our time all day, or are you just going to let us pass?" We've been polite, and we've been nice, and we've been patient, but there comes a point. Go on.
Why would you want to get past? Are you going somewhere?
Yes, we are. And we don't want to wait forever to do it.
Well, if you're going to be rude and if you're going to make a fuss, fine. I'll stop the cart. He pulls back on the reins really hard, and the pony goes, "Ah!" You can climb over, and off you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So he gets up. He gets up and he climbs over the cart and the horse, and he turns down and he goes, "I didn't want to necessarily be rude. I just don't like it when people take me for a fool and test my patience for no reason."
I would never test your patience without reason.
It's fair.
Your pony needs replacing, though. Can we arrange to swap it with one of ours?
Oh, no. I'll keep my pony. He's fine. He just likes playing it up for strangers.
I look at the horse, and I look up and down, and I think back when he pulled the reins and went, "That horse just speak when you pulled the reins. That didn't sound like a neigh. That sounded like a ah."
Yeah. He's like one of them fancy birds from the tropics, but in horse form. parrot. That's what they call him. But he's a horse. He's a parrot horse.
Oh, so he can repeat things back.
Yeah, it makes sounds that kind of sound like human speech from time to time. Yeah, don't worry about it. You're welcome. You can climb over and away you go.
Well, hang on now. Could I make him say bollocks?
Probably.
Horsey, say bollocks.
I'm not your performing monkey. I'm a horse.
It said something.
Nah, it just sounds. It's just air escaping. He's very flatulent.
But it sounded like that's something.
yeah, it'll fool you. Don't listen to him.
Fish looks like a child.
Can I also climb up the cart?
Yep. The cart's at a stop at the moment, so it's easy enough to clamber over.
So, horse, we're looking for something ahead of the road on here. Your master here wouldn't be trying to keep us from getting to it, would he?
Well, I can't say. It's
Can't
just
say because
art.
he would
Don't
do you
listen to him.
harm?
Well, he can hurt me, yeah.
We can hurt him.
Yes, he's just trying to waste your time. It's a test of patience. The cup's in the cart, in the hay.
Thank you.
Thanks. One other
The man.
thing. Are you happy to stay with this man?
No!
Right. You're letting this horse go.
You can have the cup or the horse. He
I'll
suddenly
take the
seems
horse.
much more imperious and much less of a peasant.
I'll take the horse.
As
The
you
three
will.
of you can have the other cups. I'll take the horse.
He stamps his foot upon the board of the wagon. There's a blast of light and a smell of sulfur, and the wagon disappears. And the little pony just kind of goes, "Oh, thank God." And he throws up a cup.
Clever. I
Well,
look at Booker. Did you know that was going to happen?
No, I don't remember eating it.
Well, perhaps try not to eat cups in future. Well, apples will make you lame if you eat too many of them. But
Not a lot else to eat here.
anyway,
I
you're
do look at-
free of that terrible man now. What would you like to do now?
Rest. I'd like to rest.
Oh, come with us. There's a collection of water in a stone. You'll be able to drink from that. You'll taste nice like apples.
That
Nice
sounds
place
like
to
heaven.
rest.
No one going to talk about. There's a talking horse in front of us.
I look at the talking horse. You didn't happen to have a friend who came with you.
No, it's just me. So this water you mentioned, can we go and get it?
Yeah, come with us. It's just back this way, and I'll lead it down the path.
Fish
Okay.
is constantly exclaiming how he's very confused. None of you are confused, or none of you are reacting to a talking horse. It's like, what? Am I? Is this just how it is on the inlands?
I look at the fish and say, "Look, we've already seen at least one fairy who's taken our friend's wounds away. We outsmarted 2 ogres." I point to the horse
Yeah.
and say, "He was probably a man turned into a horse by fairy magic."
Still a talking horse.
Outwitting ogres, not much of a boast, really.
No, but it is not usual.
Okay, so you've got the
believing in fairy tales. You're in one.
Exactly.
you've got the green and the indigo cups. So it's 1 cup for each of 2 of you. You return with the little pony
elbow.
to the center.
I'll elbow Booker's right. You're welcome.
Can I try and persuade the pony to come with me when we're done?
Yes, you can.
Cool.
I was gonna take the horse, but okay.
Yeah, but it's a pony and I'm 4 foot, so
Yeah, he is built like a Shetland pony, really. You know, the big round,
Yeah, they're not
Yeah.
really suitable as draft
Lots of-
animals.
lots of hair. Yeah, he just kind of flops down on his side next to the pool. after having drunk a couple of gulps of water. Ah, bliss.
Why don't you stay here and husband your strength? Well, we've got more adventuring to do.
Sounds good. Yeah, do what you got to do.
Yeah. Do I have any rations suitable for a horse?
Got all these
Oh, yeah.
apples.
And apples, yeah.
Apples are really bad for horses.
Yeah, they are. They make them colicky.
You've probably got some biscuit or bread or something that you could eat. That at
Yeah,
least
I-
used to be grain and hay.
So-
Whatever I think might feed it looks better than apples.
Yeah. He's kind of
What
tired
are
of
the
that.
colors for autumn?
The autumn colors are red and orange.
So red or orange?
Orange, because red is scary.
Orange it is.
Okay. Okay. So you walk down the orange path, and the trees turn to autumn, and red and yellow leaves litter the trail as you follow it. The slender animal path becomes slightly wider. You can see footprints and boot prints in it, so it looks like people have been up and down it. And then the woods open up, and there's a small village here. Low little houses with turf roofs and smoke pouring out of the chimneys. There's a few people walking around. There's no chapel, but there is a big wooden statue of some pagan idol, which is hanging with streamers and ribbons. And the people of the village are all wearing animal masks as they move about.
Oh.
Fish just
And
kind of
we're
looks
here for the
around
fall
and-
festival, apparently.
Yeah, Fish just kind of goes, I don't like this one at all.
And beats being squished to a pulp by a couple of ogres.
Well, we should find out from one of the locals how this festival works.
That's a good point. Who here is the best at speaking?
Probably me.
Probably you.
You should probably go
Yeah.
speak.
Also wearing a sort of a mask. So
True.
okay,
And so you
I'll
wanna-
approach a local and ask what's going on here.
Merry meet, good night. What brings you to our humble village?
We're searching for cups.
Oh, we have many cups. You're welcome to drink from any of them.
Oh, brilliant. Will we be able to take a couple of them with us?
Of course, but I expect you're looking for a specific one, aren't you?
Oh, that's not what the quest said.
Yes,
So,
it is.
no, a couple of cups. We've got two of them. Two more cups and we're done.
I don't think that's how it works.
I don't see why not.
Oh, so long as you join us in our revels, you're welcome to drink from our cups and even to take some.
Sounds great. What do we do in your revels? What are you celebrating? And how are you celebrating?
We're celebrating the harvest
And,
and
there-
to
there's
keep the
not gonna
winter
be
at bay.
like a wicker man being burned or anything like that.
It doesn't look like there's a Wicker Man. This big statue kind of looks like the Green Man, perhaps, but it's definitely some sort of pagan idol outside of your sanctified pantheon that you guys worship.
Well, I'm up for the party. Yeah.
Yeah, there will be feasts. There will be dancing. Perhaps one of your taller friends would like to be the Obios.
The what?
The what?
The Obios.
What's that?
And you dress up in this costume and you chase the young girls of the village and try to catch them under your skirt.
Fish, that's your job.
Fish like laughs and goes, well, I've been known to chase people, but usually it's me that goes under the skirt, not the other way around.
Men.
Women, as he rolls his eyes at you.
I look at Fletch and say, So there's got to be a trick somewhere in all of this.
Of course there is.
Now, the trick is we're taking 2 cups
And a girl.
and
Wait.
a girl.
That's wrong.
That's not going down that route
Or is
today.
it wrong?
Definitely wrong.
You look like a fine, strapping young lad. You'd make a great Oss. I'm sure the girls will have trouble escaping from you.
Who was that directed at?
At you.
Well,
Oh, me? Yeah. Fish like laughs and goes, maybe. I don't really know. Well, maybe. Nothing else is involved in the Oss. What happens after I catch one of the girls? Just
She gives you a kiss, and then you let her go. Except for the first girl you catch.
What happens to the first girl you catch?
Oh, the first girl you catch, she's the queen of the festival.
Oh,
So make sure you catch a bonny one.
And what happens to the queen of the festival?
do they get cake?
She's the heart of the whole thing. She's our ruler for the day.
There's no sacrifice or anything involved here, is there?
But what do you mean? Of course there is. We've got to keep the winter at bay.
What are you sacrificing?
Well, we take the queen and sacrifice her like we do every year.
shit.
Seems reasonable to me. Got to keep the winter at bay. Let's get a couple of cups, guys, and then we're done.
Fish immediately steps forward and goes, "What else can be offered as a sacrifice?"
Nothing. That's it. The Green Man wants his bride each year, and we provide.
Does
We
it
spell
does it have to be a local girl that becomes the queen?
No, I suppose not.
No girl will become the
I
queen.
have a plan.
Fish looks.
Accept his offer.
You're going to offer yourself up as a sacrifice.
I'm gonna fight whoever tries to kill me.
Fish, yeah, Fish is seeing you with your helmet off now. Does he look? He
We all
looks
have.
Yeah, we all have now. That's what I meant. Sorry, we all have. But I was remembering Fish had. Fish looks at you. Like there's some like real fire in his eyes right now, like actual rage as he goes.
It does mean I have to kiss you though, which I'm not really too happy about.
Oh, the worst part of all this is that you have to kiss fish.
Well, a sacrifice has to be made to keep the winter at bay.
That is truly a great sacrifice.
But you never can winter pay forever. Winter always has to come.
All these serious faces. So are you going to join our revels or not?
Ten
I'm
thought.
Join.
to join you. I'm take my helmet off, so you can see that I am, although hideously ugly, I am a girl.
Fish
I would like
agrees.
to put myself forward as the queen.
Yeah,
You
Fish-
have to get captured.
Yeah, Fish agrees.
I look between Fish and Booker and say, I have faith in my fellow knights and that they will lead us to the right path.
Yeah, Fish agrees to join the rebel, and he agrees to be the. I can't pronounce the word. I'm not going to even try.
The Obios.
I'll be. I hate dyslexia, man. It sucks.
Right.
With a South England accent.
It's a Cockney Obios. Have it, you slag.
He's, he's pining for the fjords.
When you agree to join in, the whole village seems to come alive with joy and cheerfulness. They offer you mead. They offer you roasted pork. Fresh bread. All kinds of wonderful bounty of the harvest type stuff. A couple of the young maids of the village corner Fish and take him off to put him into the Obios costume.
Yeah, he goes with him. Fish is not happy. He's very clearly angry.
I lean over to Fletch. If this goes horribly wrong, we have to make a stand.
Oh, we'll be making a stand.
Right,
I
the Obios
really don't.
costume It's a quite heavy, sort of round top, almost like a table, with a hole in it and a sort of conical headpiece. And there's a big long skirt around the outside, so you have to kind of hunch over and carry it on your back. And it's
Booker.
a bit difficult.
A word, please.
Yes.
You realize that if we do have to fight this entire village, despite the fact that the four of us are squires and well trained in fighting, we'll probably die.
We're heavily armed. They're a bunch of peasants. What could possibly go wrong?
Said every
Yeah.
guy ever.
Also, I'm going to spend some time as the queen. During that time, we take a couple of cups and we piss off.
It's that's not how this works. That's not how this works at all.
You're
Well,
probably
who
going to get
said
the
that?
cup
Who
after you
said
deal
that?
with the green
We were told
man.
to take the cups of our choosing. I choose one of the cups from this village on that table over there.
I mean, technically, you already chose your cup.
Oh no, that cup was puked up in front of me.
Double drinking out of horse puke.
I'm gonna drink from the horse puke cup. You be my guest.
A refined lady, our Booker.
I don't want the horse puke cup.
I'll have one of those nice clean cups.
So Fish is getting into the costume.
Yep.
Okay, the girls of the village are gathered together, and Booker is mingled in amongst them, looking
So,
decidedly
can
out
I
of
make
place.
a roll to try to distract the girls so that they don't get in Fish's way when he goes towards Booker? Trying to.
You think they're probably going to genuinely try to get away because it's all part of the game. So
Yeah, they don't want to die.
I'm going to make
So-
a half-assed attempt at getting away. I'm going to make it look
All
like
right.
I'm doing.
Fair enough.
Okay, so you're just going straight for Booker, or are you going to half-heartedly chase some of the other girls? And...
Fish goes just straight for Booker. Any respect he had for this game, for like the rebel, all that, it went out the window the second he heard about like how little they valued human life. It's just like, no, I don't play these
Then
games.
For me, I know exactly what you're after.
Point real quick. Fletch is not an idiot. So knowing what's going to happen, two things. One, he's going to pick a spot where he can get the best shot at anybody he needs to. And two, also somewhere where it's at the edge of the village so that when this goes bad, he can run.
Okay.
And I
Yeah,
position
find
myself
yourself
at this place where if I have to give Fish and Booker cover, I can move in quickly.
Did they
Okay.
take my chainmail off when I got in this?
No.
Probably. Oh,
Nice.
Oh, can I this skirt thing? Can I
Yeah.
see? Will I be able to see through it from the inside?
Barely. You can see like silhouettes.
Would it count as any sort of armor if I'm stabbing people through it?
It might make it more difficult to hit you because they won't be sure where you are, but it's also difficult to stab people when you're hunched up underneath a table. Okay.
I'm thinking of it like a tank, but
But
Imperial
Fish-
steam tank.
Fish makes straight for you and sweeps the skirt over you, and you are captured. A great cheer goes up. Kiss her! Kiss her!
oh, for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah, Fish. I assume has to get out of the thing to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he gets out and he puts his hand out for Booker to take it. This part he's going to play up for all it's worth.
at least try to
Fine.
look like you're enjoying it.
Fine, okay.
So he takes the hand and he does like the full on like little bow, grab by the chin,
kiss.
you know, like full Frenching it up, and then straight into like the classic like kiss pose, you know, the one that was like the sailor from the 1940s thing. Full on just does that.
So as you go in to kiss me, I just turn so that you kiss my cheek.
Yeah. and get it all covered in spit from trying to tongue you.
Basically.
There's lots of laughter and thigh slapping, and then all hail the queen, and they put a crown of ivy around your head and a corn doll around your neck.
Right, you peasant fucks.
Yes, our queen.
My first act as queen is we're going to be changing things up around here. Since I'm in charge for the day. We are no longer sacrificing the queen.
More laughter.
We are sacrificing an apple.
Even more laughter. Some people find this so hilarious they fall onto the ground laughing.
I draw my sword. I am not joking.
Crossbow is cocked, ready to go.
More laughter. One of the men from the village with a stag mask brings a bright red apple over. Your apple, my queen.
I place the apple on a table and chop it in half.
It chops cleanly in half. It looks ripe and juicy and tasty.
Rejoice,
Another-
for the seasons will change. The sacrifice has been made.
Right, I kind of fucked up on the timing, so we're running a bit low for the last one. So if no one minds, I'll kind of skip to the end. Is that okay?
Hey, yeah.
For this bit? Just this bit? Okay. So, I mean, the party continues all around you. Presumably, you're not going to eat or drink much, if anything.
I'm going to take
I'll
a
eat,
couple-
but not drink.
Yeah. Whereas the revelers from the village get absolutely shit-faced drunk. And time seems to pass differently here. And before you know it, it seems like midnight. And everyone begins pounding the tables. What looks to be a priest in a green man mask emerges from one of the huts. He is carrying a cup, an orange cup, and a little sickle blade that looks like it's made out of silver. And he moves over in front of the big statue. Some of the revelers come over to their queen, Larry. My queen, it's time.
We've already made the sacrifice. Give him an apple.
Hilarious, but no, it's time. And they
Like I
put hands
said,
on your arm.
I am not joking. I'll brandish my sword.
Yeah, you're so funny, but no, it's time. Come on. And they try to move you towards the altar.
Oh, fuck it. Off with his head.
Take an aim at the green man.
Okay. The statue or the guy in the mask?
The guy in the mask.
He's getting beheaded, but
Okay. Well, you've got immediate surprise on the revelers trying to hold you. So what's Larry's reflexes?
I think it was 4. Let me double check. Like, reflexes 4, yeah.
Okay, so I think with a sword you have to leave a free action between each attack to do something else, so you can surprise with 2 sword attacks. I
Can I
messed that
do
up earlier.
it's like I can't remember what it's called, some kind of power attack. Great strike. Like charge towards the guy and then great strike.
I think there is a simpler rule for this somewhere in the
Well,
book. It's
I'm-
called
I'm
like a bloodied
basically-
verses or something. If you want to just do that.
I'm just trying to run at him and swipe off his head. Basically.
I don't remember it, so I'm not gonna say like, oh,
Great
what's the
strike,
rule there?
aggressive maneuver, tests weapon skill, brawling or boxing, countered by avoid or counter strike. Requires 2 actions, set and strike. So 2 actions to move up, set, strike. And they will be surprised by the sudden change. And you're going to fire your crossbow at him as well, right?
If the strike doesn't hit, I'm sure. I'm just
Yep.
basically.
Bring up the crossbow, level it at him, and then if he doesn't get instantly decapitated.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Okay.
Providing cover.
Make a sword attack roll.
Sword. Pull that down. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my character again. Here we go. Sword. 6. This guy's fucked. 4 successes.
Nice.
4 successes. So one of those is necessary to hit. He can't defend himself because he's surprised, doesn't have any actions. Then, because it's a sword, 2 of those will take the damage up to the middle level on the IMS. And then that 1 extra success, you can move the location from his chest to his head, or his neck in this case. So, what's the middle level of damage on IMS?
6.
6.
Oh, that's a good hit.
That's a very
Plus
good hit.
1 for Great Strike, so that's 7. Pagan Revelers, that is a severe wound, which is minus 3 dice.
Fletch knows how that feels.
Yeah, plus I Flesh definitely knows how that feels.
Do they have
Yep,
any
yep.
stats above that? Okay. So you swing your blade up and hack into his neck, cleaving off part of the mask, which absorbs part of the blow. Your blade cuts in at an angle, and blood starts to gush and run down him. And he collapses, but he's still sort of gasping for breath. Do you want to finish him with the crossbow?
I do.
Okay, make a crossbow attack roll.
All right. Let me see.
Did any of the blood splatter on the statue?
Yes, some of the blood splashed on the statue. So you can spend actions to aim. I'm not sure how many.
I've
'Cause
had
you're-
lots of time, so
Yeah. Natural defenses, avoid plan. Actions for shooting, right. You already had the weapon raised and targeted on him.
mm-hmm.
So you have to acquire targets. Aim. Each action spent adds +1 dice advantage. Characters may aim for as many actions as half their perception rounded up. What's your perception?
4, so 2, huh?
Yeah. So 2 actions to aim and then 1 to shoot. So you got +2 dice.
Okay. I have a lot of dice with my crossbow.
That's your thing.
It's my thing.
Crossbowing.
It's my idiom.
Is a crossbow where it just hurls insults at you?
Yes, it is. I did get 1 6, so I'm guessing that goes into another dice.
No, they don't explode for this.
They don't explode for this. Okay.
No.
Then it's 4 successes.
4 successes. Now, ranged weapons are weird. You don't spend extra successes for more damage. You roll a d6. Range damage is random. So roll a d6.
6.
Okay, so it does maximum damage, which is what?
B13. Oh, the S is
Okay.
13.
Yeah. And you got how many successes?
4.
So you can shift to the head, and that's basically all you can do. But with that much damage, was it 13?
Yeah, so it's a mortal
Yeah.
wound to the head.
Yeah. So yeah, he goes toppling to one side with the hack in his neck, sort of gasping and spitting up blood, and in slow motion tumbling, and then a quarrel takes him through the eye.
Can I pick him up and pour his blood all over the statue, since that's clearly where we want my blood going?
Some of the blood splashes on you as you pick him up. Everyone's in the process of getting up from their desks, they're not desks, tables, and so on. You know, cups are scattering, food is being thrown onto the floor, and then just like that, as you pick him up and some of the blood gets on you, the whole clearing freezes solid. All the people freeze solid. They're suddenly rhymed with frosts. There's icicles hanging from their beards and off their masks. You guys are unaffected other than being cold. And from the
Good
hands of the
shot.
greed man tumbles the cup onto the ice.
I mean, I tried to do it without killing anyone. You all saw me try and do it without
Fish
killing
just-
anyone, right?
Fish
I
picks up
tried
the
to
cup.
sacrifice an apple.
Yeah, Fish picks up the cup and goes, "Stop justifying. We killed people. Let us just leave here now."
It's part of the job. Right. So that was the
Fish didn't like
orange
that.
cup.
The
right.
Fish will remember that.
The cups off of one of the tables as well.
Yes, you can have a wooden cup off one of the tables as well.
We were getting two from here.
I'll just kind of elbow Sir Alfred. Good shot, wasn't it?
It was an excellent shot, sir.
That was a brilliant shot. Well done, sir.
A Fish does say, "Good shot. Wish it didn't have to be taken."
Well, we have 4 cups now.
Well, if she'd have taken his head off clean in one hit, I wouldn't have had to. But,
We have to get 1 cup from each season. That's the way this works.
Well, that's
Okay, speaking of, we have 1 cup
Last
left
season.
to get, and we're somewhat pressed for time, so I will ask you to quickly choose.
What are the colors left? I actually don't remember.
Winter, which is only has the one path, which is violet.
Oh, violet it is.
guess so.
I wouldn't have think of violet as a winter color.
Would have thought blue, but
Well, I wasn't originally going to organise them by season, and you sprang that on me, so I did the best I could.
Gotta love
I sprang
GMing.
it on you.
All right, you wintered it on me.
I could get used to the queen thing. Does the king have a wife?
Yes, your much younger wife, remember.
One day, don't worry. One day he'll have a husband. After the queen mysteriously dies.
And you'll make him miserable too.
Absolutely, it's the way of the world.
Right, you start heading along this path, and as you head along it, it slowly turns into winter. The trees are bare, the ground is covered in frost and snow. What light there is twinkles off the surfaces of everything. It doesn't seem to be quite as harsh as the winter in the village that you just left, but it is pretty harsh. You start to notice rocks underfoot, and before long the path turns to cobbles.
Getting somewhere now.
Considering how this place has been, we're probably going to get some weird talking ogre, dragon, horse, Jabberwocky.
He did
No,
say
you-
Jabberwocky.
You come out, and there is a little cobbled street with little houses either side, sort of built up on banks, up on the sides. But they're too small. They're like big enough for people who are maybe 2-3 feet tall at the most, with little doors and little crooked chimneys with smoke pouring out of them. You can
Look.
see shadows moving in front of the lights.
Like,
And this
remember,
cobblestone
be a
path.
giant here.
We found a
Cobbles.
village with everybody's your size, Booker.
Oh,
And the
calm
cobble
down, don't
path
be
leads
mean.
past these banks and these houses to a little church at the far end, which again is of miniature size. And in the bell tower of the little church hangs a cup upside down, used as a bell.
Yeah, perfect. Let's go get that thing and get out of here.
Yes, I'm getting rather sick of these trials. It's,
I flank Fletch because it's not going to be that easy.
We're just going to take their bell. We should leave them something else instead.
I'll leave them a crossbow bolt in their skull.
Well, I've
Seems
got
a little
a
strong,
spare.
right?
You can give them
Reload as I'm doing saying that.
make some noise. Let's do a trade. I'll give them my cup. We'll take their cup.
seems fair. Should I knock on the door?
No,
It's a-
just we don't
it's a
need to
church,
tell
isn't
them
it?
we're doing it. Ask forgiveness, not permission.
Do you want to walk up to the church?
Yeah.
Okay, who's walking up first?
Oh, I am.
Okay.
Which
Can you make an let's see. Is evade a skill?
I know it's an action you can take in combat, but I don't know the skill.
Not sure what you roll for it. It's not a skill, but it must be an action. No, that's the character book.
Kind of an agility then.
That is one thing I didn't miss about Burning Wheels, looking through like 3 books to figure out what to do.
Yeah.
I don't like it when any game does it. Something I really hate about 5th edition.
Yeah. Well, it always happens as you expand games.
At least with like expansion material that's completely optional, you can just be like, I'm not using it.
Yeah. I think 5e's actually been quite good about collecting material together in books, but that just means they're selling you the same material multiple times.
It's not Rifts, which has its stuff scattered through 1 billion books.
Yeah. I had a friend who was trying to collect all of Rifts, and he's got a stack like as tall as he is of Rifts books.
God bless
Well,
him,
that
he's insane.
Yeah, that gets fun. I think you can actually pay for a subscription for Rifts books. Yeah, detailed martial reflexes, dodging, scripting, fighting distance, positioning, basic actions, assess, draw weapon, get up, throw object, physical act, acquire target, aim, draw bone, knock it out, blah, 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 dodge, avoid. Of course, we've got to have different terminology for everything. It's a speed roll. So can you make a speed roll, please?
Uh-oh.
Fletch.
Yeah, I can. Nope.
Nope, you can't.
Nope. I got. In fact, I rolled a 1. So. I got smacked with whatever it was.
Well, you nearly get smacked with it, but someone has misjudged. So seemingly from out of nowhere, an Ewok-style log comes swinging down, swings right up in front of your face, sort of brushes the tip of your nose, and then swings back.
Jeez.
Vicious.
Let's see where that. Look and see where that came from.
You look up into the trees, and there are little green-skinned fellows with big noses and pointy ears up there.
Bugger, missed.
Well, you're a rude bunch, aren't you?
You little shit! You almost hit me.
Almost. They clamber away into the trees.
We better hurry before they get back.
Yeah, seem like rude little bastards.
You know we could pay them for their bell.
I'm not paying them after they nearly killed my friend.
Oh, no, they didn't nearly kill him. It's not like there was a wolf strapped to it or anything.
Yeah.
That's how you know they're meaning business.
So, oh shit! They got a wolf.
We're leaving. Yeah, Fish just kind of says, let's just go up and grab the bell and leave.
Yeah. Be wary of traps, though.
Oh, God, please don't have those, like, things that grip your foot if you step on them.
Okay, well, who's going forward?
Fish will go forward if no one else does.
Yeah. Better I stay in the back so I can cover you with the bow.
Then I'll join on the other side from Fish.
Okay.
I have my shield up in front of me, like just raised just enough so I can just see over it, and I'm also keeping an eye on the ground, just like, all right, I don't get hit with
Okay.
anything.
And Laurie?
I'm going to approach the same way as Fish with my shield up and
Okay.
sword drawn, ready to smite my
Is
foe.
one of you in front, or are you side by side?
Feel side by side.
seems sensible.
Yeah,
So,
because that way, like, if it
since-
hits us, we have 2 people pushing back against stuff.
Since we all have our shields up, can we get an extra die from Fish for strategy? Because we're following a strategy.
Oh, yeah, shield wall.
God bless the
Yeah.
phalanx. Wait, phalanx? Yeah.
Okay, so you form a miniature shield wall and start moving forward.
They form the miniature shield wall. I'm behind with the crossbow to shoot over
Okay.
it.
You need to get yourself a pallard.
As you step forward and begin to move towards the little church at the far end, all the little windows of the buildings swing open, and all the little goblins inside start throwing rotten fruit, vegetables, excrement, anything they've got at you. Can you make shield rolls with the shield bonus and with 2 extra dice because you can cover each other and you're using a strategy?
So shield is 3. 2 extra dice, 1 extra dice,
I don't have shield as a skill.
4 extra dice.
But do you have a shield?
I have a shield, yeah. Oh, right. So
Can I
Okay, you need to
force in
roll
an
4
extra dice for armor because I'm wearing armor?
No, it's more the humiliation of being hit with rotten shit, really.
That works.
Literally in some cases.
Yep.
All right. So that's fail.
It's a messy job.
3 successes, of which 2 of them are 6s.
I also got 3.
7 successes.
Okay, you're just deflecting poop left and right and whatever else they're hurling at you. With your shields up, one of the goblins scurries out of their front door and throws a slop bucket on the cobbles in front of you.
Wait.
You want to shoot them?
Yes.
Okay.
Blast little shit before he.
So they come running out as one action. So you acquire target.
Mm-hmm.
They fling the bucket for their second action, and you shoot them.
I'm just hearing the Terminator music going on right now. Just dun, 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 dun.
Oh, 4 successes.
Okay. And roll for the random amount of damage.
Actually, no, I'm hearing the Goblin Slayer music right now. Actually, that's what I'm hearing.
4.
Okay, so that is the middle rank of damage.
Mm-hmm. And
Which is
for a
what's-
9.
9. All right.
That's a midi wound, or it's actually a severe wound.
Oh, they're goblins. They're small.
Oh.
That's a mortal wound is 8, so that's a 9 is instant death.
Yeah. Teach you, you little shit.
So you
How
shoot
nice.
the poor goblin through the side of the head with your bolt, and they go sliding across the cobbles and into a tree.
Reloading
Like that.
really quickly too.
It takes a long time to reload that crossbow.
I know.
Yeah. Right, but they did throw the slops on the cobbles. So can the people in the shield wall please make an agility roll to stay upright?
Oh, I'm good at this.
Fire! I was born from this.
Is this open ended?
No.
I have
Okay.
5 successes.
4 successes.
I only got 2, but I'm going to spend one of the persona I currently have just to re-roll it.
Okay.
I want to do real good at this. That's a 1, a 3, and a 3. So all into failures. So now it's 2.
Okay. Well, you slip and slide a little bit, but don't tumble. So between you, you manage to reach the church at the far end, but one of you will have to lower your shield to get the cup.
I'll take that sacrifice. I'm willing to get shit flung on me.
Yeah, if we stand either side of you, shields out to cover you. You've got the wall of the church on one side, and then us behind you. Sort of in a
Yeah,
V.
so you can still roll 2 dice even though you've lowered your shield.
All right, cool. 1 success.
Okay. 1 flung a goblin turd manages to evade the various shields. You sort of see it in slow motion coming towards you as you get the cup, and then thinking you probably shouldn't have opened your mouth.
Oh no.
And the wee goblin jobby right across one eye.
So you just see Fish as he grabs the cup. He has it in his hand. He goes,
Hopefully, the water back at the well will be good enough for cleaning yourself with.
"Do we?" Have he just asked, "Do we have
Did-
any oil?"
Why?
So I didn't hear you there.
You've put the wooden cup there to trade, right?
Do we
I
have
mean,
any
he would have,
oil
except
on
they
us
threw
right
poop
now?
at him.
Fletch packed lanterns and oil, so yeah.
He takes the oil out of his thing, pours all of it he can down the chimney of this place, lights a tinder on it, and sets the church on fire before taking the cup.
Burning churches. Is this a black metal thing now?
And then you walk away in slow motion while it explodes behind you.
Yeah, pretty much. That's basically he's basically what he's now going to do is set the church on fire, not leave the cup, and he's just walking away. Now he's nope, you don't get clean poop on him, and now he burns your shit down if you do this.
The goblins stop hurling poop, but instead they just laugh at you all the way out of the village.
I'm gonna just take a stab at any goblin I pass.
Okay.
I'll just
So
put the wooden cup back at the village.
That one was easier than I thought.
what was it? Okay. Who is drinking from the orange cup?
Oh yeah, we better decide on who gets what cup.
I really feel Booker earned the orange cup.
I don't want the horse puke cup.
I will take the horse puke cup.
Because you're a horsey man.
Yeah.
I feel like Alfred earned the violet cup.
And I'll take the spring cup.
So that was the green one, right?
Yep.
Okay. So who's having the orange cup, the autumn cup?
I'll take that one. That was
Okay.
the sacrifice one, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was yours. That's
Yeah.
definitely yours.
Okay. So you take up the goblet. All the other coloured parts have disappeared now. You dip it in the water and you drink deep of it. So you are become an orange knight of faith.
Nice.
And you would get a deeds point for that. So the symbol of the gods appears on your chest, and your armor turns an autumnal orange color, like falling leaves.
Nice.
Who was drinking from the spring cup?
I drank from the green cup.
Okay. As you drink deeply from it, you are conferred to become a Knight of Concord. To solve disagreements and quarrels, to bring peace. And your armor
That
turns
fits
green.
my character. I like it.
And a symbol of a pair of scales appears on your chest. Right, so there's the indigo one,
That's the
or
winter
the
one.
violet one remaining.
The indigo one is the one that I
Horse
got
puke.
for the horse puke cup.
Yeah.
So.
The horse peak cup. So you rinse that out a few times first. Okay, and drink deep of that. You become a knight of patience. Don't know how
Also
you'd represent that. Maybe an hourglass. And your armor turns a deep, deep purple.
Nice. I like purple.
Those
And
are
the little-
I'd say,
The
foam.
little pony swells and grows and becomes a warhorse.
Nice.
Well, it's going to be too big for me now.
Well, darn. I guess I'll take it. Since I intended to
And-
originally.
And so that leaves the last one.
Yep, that
Yep.
would leave the. Oh, color was the last one again.
Violet.
Violet, yeah, that would be the one I drink from.
The one that was the church bell.
Church bell.
Okay. When you dip the cup in the water, it turns brown.
Oh no.
Do you still wish to drink from it?
I feel
Failed
like
that one.
I feel like he would look at it and go, "Well, shit." And
I
probably
think that's
not drink from
exactly.
it.
You're going to be a knight of shit.
As funny as that would be, I guess I can't keep my promise to the little girl quite yet.
Yes, you can. We can go back.
Yeah, he doesn't drink it. He
Okay. Well, we
he
are
doesn't
just
drink. He
about
accepts his failure.
we're just about out of time. So yeah, you accept your failure and leave the cup, and you depart. And the little girl takes you back across the river. But as you're about halfway across, she turns to Fish. You can't keep your promise to me.
No, well,
You can come back in another year.
I'll accept your service as my knight.
he like smiles and goes, I was just about to offer that.
Very well.
I don't like breaking a promise.
You shall be my companion for a year and a day, and protect me from all manners of evil. And I shall speak for you with the king, if you serve me.
I will happily serve you.
Right. And you return to the castle in, well, you don't. Everyone else does, in a relative degree of triumph. And so our game draws to a close. So what do we think?
Of the game? Real fun. I liked
yeah.
the ending for my character because I was playing a bit like it's all from First Law. Like kind
Yeah,
of
the scenario itself was good.
Yeah, but
The
like,
system was
didn't like
I
it.
quite like the system.
I like the system, but I can see exactly what it wants to do, and it is political intrigue through and through.
The system's like an Italian sports car. It runs really great when everything's working properly, but it's always spraying an oil leak. There's always something wrong with the brakes.
It's always in the shop.
Yeah, it's always something because like
Yeah.
the combat was like, oh, I could see that if this wasn't like a one shot, we were doing like proper big campaign stuff. That gang, bad quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd get used to it a bit, so it might flow a bit better just because everyone got used to how it works. And there was stuff I was missing, like rolling for position and advantage and weapon length and all this kind of bullshit that you don't really need. I think if I was going to run it as an actual campaign, I would probably strip it back to a more conventional turns and initiative, that kind of thing, which is a shame to lose some of that complexity, but I just don't think it's that playable as is. It surprises me that this was ever an RPG net darling,
I know why it was an RPG net darling, by the way.
Why?
Because of a rule we
Why?
didn't use at all. It's the wisest system. The wisest system lets us as players completely decide how the world works. I was reading it just as we were going. Basically, if I have a wise for something, I can roll it, and if I succeed, you as a GM don't get to say no.
Okay.
Whoa.
There's a one for literally everything.
Yeah, like fishing wise, I could say like fishermen in this world are respected more than royalty. Succeed, they are respected more than royalty. You get to decide the difficulty, obviously, but it's because it's like creative world building stuff. I was reading it while we were some stuff was happening with like, be respectful, be quiet for other people's scenes. I was like, I'll go have a little look at that, and I was like, oh, that's either the best or worst thing I've ever read in my life.
I don't remember reading that. There's
that and like wants to make a crazy fucked up world that could be really fun.
Bubblegum cures warts.
Problem player and everyone else is being sensible. It's going to be.
Yeah. Do you know where it talks about that?
It's in like the big wisest section.
Okay. I will have a look because I don't remember reading that. I do remember that there's a thing saying, yeah, if the players come up with a crazy plan and you're not sure what to do, just roll a d6, and if it comes up a 6, it works.
I remember that one because
Yeah.
one of the main things I remember is like the aspect, like there's a big world building aspect to the game, and this part I didn't read, but I remember seeing it in a years ago in a game I watched for that Roll 20% stuff they used to do. They did Burn and Wheel once, and I remember seeing it and I was like, oh, that's cool, but it looked horrendous. Like it would give me it'd give me a headache within an hour. So
Yeah.
combat I could see fun. Duel of Wits, I wish we got to use that, but
Well, what was the proper way to get the goblins?
yeah, I think I know what
Just-
caused.
Just to accept being covered in shit and to be humble about it, to show humility and just weather it. But you
Because
went and burned
winter's
their
the
church down. Yeah.
Like I said,
Winter's the end. You have to be
Just
humble
all-
at the end.
it is. Think about Jake. Giselle from First Law is kind of what I was going for there. He's kind of arrogant. funny.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
I
arrogant.
could have run that in a lot of systems. I think that same scenario I could have run it in Pendragon or Dragon Warriors or old school D&D, but I think you would have been far more ready to reach for the sword straight away in a lot of those other systems. I think T-shirt nearly getting devoured by a wolf really kind of set the tone for most.
Yes.
We didn't want to fight nothing.
Yeah.
No,
Anyway,
I like the system.
I'm glad I tried it, and at some point we'll be trying Mouse Guard, which is a simpler implementation of the same thing.
We'll have to get
Um,
Squeaker for that.
Yes, but it's after midnight. I need to get to sleep. Thank you all for playing. Thank you everyone for watching. Subscribe. This is a separate channel. I need more subs so I can monetize it. Next week, I'm playing Scarlet Heroes with T-shirt
Yeah.
on his channel. T-shirted Historian. Go and look it up. Go and subscribe. And yeah,
Yes,
Scarlet
please.
Heroes is a sort of vaguely fantasy Southeast Asia setting with some surprisingly innovative rules for an old school game, which I quite like, which is why I bought a copy. And I even have cosplay for next session. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yes. And I'm not sure what I'll be running the week after that, but I will let people know. If you want to join in, keep an eye on my social media and we'll sign you up.
Well,
So again, thank you all for playing. Thank you for watching. See ya. Anyone want to say anything? Or you just goodbye?
Goodbye. People
Thanks.
who-
Bye, everybody.
Cheers. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.